Hello everybody and welcome back to the Windy City Valorant Open LAN for a nice little 10,000k prize pool. That's fantastic. My name is Marks, this is Keg Shouts. And Keg, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm doing pretty good. Just chilling all day, watching the whole gameplay come by. It's been amazing to see what the different strategies these teams have brought out here, especially with the new metas evolving. So, this LAN serves at a very interesting time as we're evolving the game, and I think it's only going to get wackier from here, Marks.
Oh yeah, wacky is a great way to describe it. Of course, it's always great to see like a LAN tournament happen and then all these teams get to come together and play in the same space. It just really amps up the pressure on all of them. But let's pull up that bracket just to kind of give you guys an idea on how things have been going up until this point.
Yeah, it's been wild thus far. Core has been an interesting team. They have pretty much gone flawlessly through the entirety of the tournament, but in the other semis side though, away from Core, they might have to meet up with YFP, who's had a pretty similar journey. But I feel like, though, the biggest X factor between that potential Core and YFP alignment that could not happen might be Neptune's Money Crew, which is a hodgepodge of a bunch of different Challengers players going in and out. They may be the ones that put a wrench in between that fateful matchup.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, on Neptune's Money Crew, we've got the likes of quite a few pretty household names, maybe not household names to the tier 1 scene, but listen, we've got Dazzle, Shot Up, Adder, Neptune, Governor. A lot of these players have been going around and they've been around for a while, so you know that they're skill-wise, these guys have it down.
They absolutely do. So we're going to be looking at the rosters again. I mean, we have seen the talent just make their way through challengers, like you said, so often in our time of casting. But I'm curious to see, though, again, Core, we were talking about this in the green room, whereas you have one side that has a lot of that kind of skill talent difference compared to a lot of other teams. Will that make, will that drive through to victory? Whereas you have Core, who's been around with the same roster for the longest time. Will that be enough with their chemistry to outbeat Challenger-related players?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, Core has been together, I was going to say the core of Core, but that would have just been a whole hodgepodge of word. Yeah, they go around and they've been in so many of these tournaments, the Knights Monthly Gauntlets, some of the Nerd Street tournaments as well. This is a very, very, very consistent squad. And you know that as time goes on, when you go up against some of these puggier teams, sometimes those strategies, that time that they've spent just kind of making sure that they've got the communication down, can make such a huge difference. Now, of course, let's see what our maps are for this lovely best of 3 to see where we're going to be going. And it looks like map number 1 is going to be Ascent.
Yeah, I can't really say I'm expecting too many other maps. I'm glad that earlier today, a bunch of different series had, a hodgepodge of Fracture. We saw some Lotuses. But Ascent, Haven, and Pearl, as you get this far into a land, you start to want to play a little bit more safe. It's more so about counter-stratting and comfortability, knowing what the full extent of your own strat book. But, these are all maps that everybody has played before. There's surely various ways to beat out the different comps, and I'm sure they've all scrimmed against each other. It's a matter here, again, the chemistry diff or the skill diff with experience.
I'm going to be very curious to see how this is going up. Like you said, Ascent's been practiced since the day 1 launch of Valorant, but of course the agent meta has changed up quite a bit. However, we're seeing pretty stock standard stuff. We can expect to see that Jet, expect to see that Sova, and of course, Killjoy. I am so glad that Killjoy is back in the mix. Keg, Killjoy is my favorite agent.
Really?
Yeah, she's great.
Yeah, I like Killjoy too. I feel like, where the stance is in the meta now is that you require a lot more mobility. I feel like at times Killjoy struggles with that just because she's locked into that radius of her utility. But if you're able to coerce, say, as a defending Killjoy, those attackers to funnel into a site, you are the singular strongest agent in the game. And with Ascent having a lot of those funnel areas, Marks, I don't blame you for her being your favorite agent.
Also, too, let's not forget that the lockdown has a little bit more HP. And I remember when the patch first went live for that, everyone just kind of freaked out because they're like, wait, it takes an extra bullet now? This is scary. But another big difference between these two agent compositions is we're getting an Astra coming in as opposed to an Omen. Well, how do you feel about that one, Keg?
The Omen's gonna be interesting. I think having that chemistry diff, normally, which would be on Core side, would be great to have an Astra, because you already know the calls, you know the timings of how your teams relate to each other here. But I think for Neptune, it's not so much about the calls and using Astra's utility. I think it just garners more of like what we just talked about, that flexibility to ensure that you can always go for somewhat of a defaulty, maybe lurky split, depending on what side you play.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, when it comes to talking about like flanking, getting all these creative angles, Omen just succeeds so much better in that because of the shadow step. But we are going to be seeing now Neptune, they're setting up their defenses. They're kind of force stacking B. I think that they anticipated that this was going to be the attack, but already, Core, they're playing the brain game. They're slowing things down on this pistol round.
Yeah, enables enough time for at least Governor to push up right outside B main, destroys the alarm bot. On the other side, though, everyone from Core's attacks, they quickly back off of mid, recognizing no KJ utility is there might be contact elsewhere. Instead, though, we end with a split push on A.
Ooh, nice little shock darts from Dazzle. At least slows things down just for a second. But look at this, Governor now going to be running out, and he's able to find at least the kill onto cheat code. Already, Core, they trade that one actually back. Surprising, usually on these pistol rounds, it's a nice fast acceleration in one of these sites. But this time around, it's a brawl in mid.
Yeah, it seems like whatever plan Core had at the beginning of this round got shut down immediately with the 4 stack on B. Look at that lurk, though, from Killjoy. Deep in the B main. Might soon recognize that nobody's there. Both sites actually empty right now. What's left of Neptune, they're all inside mid, taking these solo fights in the B site.
Here we go, Flipsy going for the first duel, actually able to find Shot Up. That's going to be an excellent pick, but Dazzle trades it right back. JSP goes down. Flipsy still forced to be reckoned with, despite the fact that B side is wide open. It's too late, Core. They've committed to A, should be able to get the spike down, but I don't think Smiley's watching the back, and that's going to be absolutely deadly. Adder able to shut that one down, and now there's just simply not enough time to get that spike down, so Flipsy going to try and make this one work, but that is going to be the first round going towards Neptune.
Yeah, I really enjoyed at the beginning of the round seeing Gov knowing that no one was pushing up in the B main, scaling the site and allowing full Neptune pressure all over side not only B, but mid itself. It squashed Core before a real play was even made, and severely discombobulated where I think that initial execute was supposed to come out from. But overall, the mid-rounding was good. I'm happy to see. First round now going in Neptune's favor. But now, look at Dazzle and Governor, the overextension with their buy. Light Shields and Phantoms each. They got kills on the board. And going up against, at best Sheriffs, this should just add up more, but they cannot give those weapons over to Core side.
No, absolutely not. I wonder if this is a little bit of that confidence coming into play for Neptune. That they're feeling nice and confident after that pistol round, but Dazzle, nice little headshot to start things off. Does get traded back though, so that's a rifle down, but I don't think that Core will be able to scoop that one up. Adder kind of just holding things down, at least keeping cheat code at bay with this ghost in hand, but is going to back off. Watch out, there's bullets flying just from the main site. Flipsy just trying to keep that in check. It's a little bit chaotic here, but at least for now, Core are kept at bay.
Kept at bay, but for how long, Marks? How long? Look at Snarly. Bringing out what looked like a dark cover, but apparently it just never came out. What would it have blocked? I have no idea. Neptune's good for 2. And the rest of Core, they attempt to push back against these aggressive forces, but all deep inside mid. It's Neptune to make that first contact. But again, the triple swing is there. One by one, they fall, and again, a Phantom lost, sure, but plenty of eco damage in Core's favor.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been great if they could have at least taken one more down, because that would have been a Phantom dropped. But overall, I mean, this is really interesting coming in from Neptune. It doesn't seem like they're really just, hey, let's play the strategies, let's hang out, let's set ourselves up, use our utility appropriately. They're just kind of like, all right, hey, we think Core's over here, let's run at them, take those gun duels, and just try and muscle their way through these rounds, Keg.
Yeah, it feels like these last 2 rounds have been a lot of muscling from both teams. As soon as Core tries to attempt to make a move, Neptune's there with a sidestep. But Neptune, again,
Operator?
The one's aggressing so early, Gov. This is his domain right now. This is his dojo with the op.
Oh,
but hey,
nice
at least he gets one.
There. Yeah, does get taken down, and that is going to drop the op. But at the same time, Neptune have control of quite a bit of this map, and they're so far pushed up on this A site as well as mid a little bit that, now they're also taking space on B.
Yeah, a lot of space being taken right now. Not much of a follow-up, though, from Core, eliminating the operator. The duel is now gone. To scale up again from Neptune. They haven't budged away from their initial strat. The alarm bot, though, doesn't do much. It's a turret that activates. But all the while, the rest of Core, they're trying to worm their way up inside mid, but they're unable to do so. They're respecting so much of Neptune's utility here.
Uh-oh. I don't know that they know that Adder's just hanging out here. Adder good for one, looking for that second. Now that spike is down. Flipsy just on the other side of it. It's gonna be Adder all day. It's gonna be a nice little 3K. The spike is now down, and Core, it feels like they're strangled in spawn. They can't find any area anywhere, and that's such a good defense being set up by Neptune by the amount of pressure that they're adding.
Yeah, and I think speaking on that pressure, we're seeing a lot of instances where Core might be just getting a little nervous in that mid-round. They eliminated Gov off of a trade, but never really played off of that space being created. They respected Adder holding deep inside mid, well, I got shallow for mid-side, and only 2 pieces of utility were really thrown down that would stop Core from pushing through. Whether they knew it or not, they had that body advantage. Each way they would have pushed in, but they chose to respect the mollies and the smokes going down instead. I like this adjustment, though. A 5-stack deep in the B site. Even with all this Killjoy utility in the way, Gov is good for the opening pick, but at what cost? They've made space.
Oh, Governor going up, finally gets taken down, but at the same time, so much damage already inflicted onto Core. They're still trying to run it down, but through those smokes, the spray will be good. And now, Core on the back foot yet again. They're at least able to get the ultimate orb there, but it doesn't matter. You know Neptune is going to go hunting shortly, and the Owl Drone goes in first. They know that a Stinger just on the other side of this. It's going to be a double swing coming through. Excellent trades coming through, and of course, Neptune, they're good with it. It is now 4-0.
And I would say that's the initial pistol round read that Neptune tried to achieve. This time around, actually working and far more costly against Core, too. I love how Governor, again, takes that aggressive fight, immediately tailwinds away. Right away, just creating enough space for maybe perhaps Core to push up almost into the utility and prompted enough time for the rest of Neptune to go for those swings. Really good shutdown, a textbook case of the experience coming through from Neptune, having that tier 2 challengers experience. And while Core had fought in those same variety of tournaments outside of challengers, like we mentioned, you know, again, it's going to be that experience diff of, you know, having to deal with a variety of different strats and a lot more micro adjustments that a team like Neptune can bring out for their defense.
Yeah, and at the same time, I imagine this must be a little bit frustrating for Core. Like you said, they've got the strats, they know what they're doing, but it doesn't feel like they're really getting anything when they try to add a little bit of variety into this. Obviously, on that last round, it was a little bit of save coming from them. A lot of stingers running through. At that point, you just kind of 5-man rush. But the ferocity that Neptune is just kind of coming in with, Governor specifically using that operator in such a close range angle, it's so difficult for Core to get a foot in the door. But this is going to be the round where they're going to look at doing it. Take a look. Flipsy does have that lockdown available, but I imagine that it's going to be met with Adder. Regardless, it is a good engagement tool.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it. That's going to be the big question going into this next round. Whatever the Core's coach talked about might factor into the lockdown, but it can't be the only piece of the puzzle. From here on forwards, Core, they can only rely on that ult for one round. There needs to be big adjustments here. And instead of barreling down a site like they had the round before, rest of Core choose to slow down, finding out the operator's position. It reminds me so much of the chamber meta days where you'd find out where chamber would be opping from and immediately smoke it off, choking out their point and regressing elsewhere. And look at Governor, though. Perfect timing.
Oh, that operator never misses a shot. Cheat code already down. And Chico just wants to play the game at this point, but not even given the opportunity. Dazzle goes for the swing, is found out by JSP. Doesn't matter though, shot up, at least able to stop the advancement on a main. Gov going up, able to find that jet counterpart. The Blade Storm is activated and refreshed as well. Doesn't matter though, that operator is going to be superior at long range angles. And look at this, Core down to 2 members left, and their economy is not going to be looking good after this round.
Separated by 2, but also the spike now well firmed in the position of Neptune. All that's left is Flipsy. We talked about that lockdown that should have come out this round, but that was the last one alive. I don't think you want to bring the lockdown out here. And look at the response here. 4-1. Of course you scale up. Shot up. Perfect angle to take down Flipsy. Tries to scale it up, but a soon demise is there. 3K for shot up for the round. And again, Neptune. Outside of Governor, they don't have to do much other than just hold on the A and B side. Governor is completely transforming mid site into his own domain. He has yet to really be challenged, and when he was, it was immediately from a trade. There has not been an engagement where Core found any waymarks of challenging mid without losing a fight.
It's so difficult for them to try and push into this one, and now take a look at this. Core, their economy is not going to be looking good in this round. We will be seeing a Marshal and a Stinger come out, but beyond that, just a couple of Sheriffs. Meanwhile, Neptune, they're kind of rolling with the gold right now. They've got more than enough in their arsenal. We are going to be seeing a Blade Storm get activated first. It's going to be a little bit of aggression from the defenders on A, but they're just going to leave this one up to Governor. Meanwhile, Core, they're getting themselves set up for more mid-presence, but quite frankly, it hasn't been very successful.
I like this play from Core. Despite them being on an eco, they're taking it slow. All the info-based utility that Neptune have has already been expended within 20 seconds of the round starting. This is all going to be contact plays until that knife and the recon bolt replenish. Everyone's playing it so slow. And if you're Core, you have power in numbers here. The Blade Storm's out from JSP. But no one's contacted this turret yet. No discovery about where Killjoy's utility could be. That's the one concept of Neptune. They haven't swapped off where the utility is coming from. And now with a double lockdown marks, this is even more worse. They might not have no choice but to push in or go for a very delayed rotate to A.
Yeah, I mean, the timing on this one just doesn't quite work out well in Core's favor because now that time clock is going to be just around 30 seconds. They have to make this move onto this B site. Once again, with a little bit of a weapon disadvantage. I'm not too sure whether or not going for that lockdown on this specific save round was the best idea, but at least they're able to flush one lockdown out. That's an amazing knife flying across the ways from JSP. Dazzle's head completely just taken off. JSP makes it a second. Now this site is going to be wide open, but they have to get that spike down as time is running out. More than enough to be able to get the spike down, but it's going to be 3v5 onto this retake. Flipsy, though, in such a great location. The Stinger good for one, but immediately gets traded out. Shot Up finds two, and now it's going to be a 2v3 scenario onto this retake, but Snarly coming in from behind. This flank could be massive. I don't think that they're watching for this one. Governor still alive, but nope, don't even need the swing. Cheat code going to be good for it. Is going to be able to play the game this round.
It was an expensive round for both teams, but Core, despite being on a thrifty, still made it work. The lockdown was an expensive investment. I'm not going to disagree with you, but the fact that it helped clear out the majority of Neptune and allowed Core to get that push into the site and start taking trades was pivotal for the team's success. When you're on a thrifty on a map like Ascent, you have to take advantage of any close quarter situation you can. Stingers, even a Marshal close up, can still be just as lethal. I love the way Core played that round, and they may be trying to recreate history here outside of A. Suppressing at least Shot Up. None of that entry denial utility can come up now, but they wait too long.
And that's the problem. They wait too long, and then Governor is going to take that advantage. A Hunter's Fury from Dazzle is coming from downtown as well. Is able to find one, but also gets information, most importantly. And now Core just reduced down to 2. It is insane to me how aggressive Core have been playing, or sorry, Neptune have been playing, but they're consistently able to find the first bloods, and that makes things so much more difficult for Core to move in.
Well, the big answer to that is just a follow-up from Neptune. Every single action we see coming out from that team, there's always an immediate response with either utility or just a straight-up shot coming out from their teammates. Governor is so good about the entry denial because immediately after taking the shot, he knows there's the safety of having a follow-up there. And Core, now that they've been conditioned not to push into mid, things are looking dire for them. I like the call for the save. Keeping their 2 rifles here and having a bit of a broken buy into the next round, I know. I saw it too. Dazzle knows full well where Flipsy is. But with 26 seconds left, I don't think Neptune's going to go for it. I think they feel comfortable just letting those 2 rifles exist.
Yeah. I think at this point, you know, good that Governor was able to go out and at least grab that ultimate orb, but yeah, let them take their rifles. I mean, it doesn't make that much of an economic difference if they do get them dropped, because at the end of the day, Neptune are going to win this round, and this is a very commanding lead so early on in this half, as it's now going to be 6-1. I don't know what Core can really do to start to mount some sort of a comeback.
Yeah, I like the different adjustments that Core are trying to make. They've tried 5 stacking into a site, they've tried taking mid, split pushing, pretty much anything you could think of inside of the strat book. Core are attempting to bring it out, but they get shut down so early in the early game that they have to find a way to survive at least a little bit longer. That key to victory before was the late game Killjoy coming down and allowing that space to be created on the B site. But now with the Hunter's Fury and Null Command in tow, this broken and well, not maybe broken buy, but a very shaky buy. If they can't win this round, it's so important for them to take space again on B.
But they're not watching Dazzle.
Oh,
Dazzle
no!
can just spray it down, finds 2 kills, it all falls apart. Sure, you did get the Hunter's Fury off, and you did find quite a few picks here, and at least there will be this Resurrection online, but I don't know if this is going to be enough, because now the rest of Neptune have got themselves in a position. It's an excellent little kill, but Shot Up trades it right back, and now it's down to a 1v1. Gravity Well going to be activated. Elvira's just around the side here. He's going to be using a Shock Bolt, but Shot Up just kind of sidesteps that, allows the space to be taken before just kind of playing this 1v1 engagement, but Shot Up comes up on top. Talk about just 2 teams bashing their heads together at the start of a round. That one flew by.
Yeah, I mean, again, it goes to show Core trying out different strats. They were relying on the fact that the Hunter's Fury and Null Command could both be round-defining ultimates that can just secure things. But here, it was an expensive round again for both teams. I think from here on out, Mark's Core strategy is just draining the economy and draining the ults away from Neptune before their next strike. I mean, their economy itself is looking pretty good, but their ult economy a little bit less in favor, though they do have a Null Command to work off of.
Already, same knife going to be used yet again, but Flipsy actually finds Governor to start things out, at least
That's
shutting
huge.
down a lot of that forward momentum. Neptune as well. This is already starting off to be a great round from Core.
And look at this adjustment over. Back into the 4-1 split. The lurk is out. Flipsy taking yet Dazzle off guard. I don't think Core knows where Killjoy's utility is set up, but they have the body advantage to take it out. And they've muscled their way through B-site multiple different times now. They don't want to risk anything, especially now. A near flawless win is right around the corner. They're going to go for B-site.
But Adder's back here. Not going to use any utility, but will get spotted out thanks to that 0 point. Now, though, let's see how much damage Adder really is going to be able to do. Turns out only 1 person down. And you know what? I think that was an excellent read from Core. They're finally punishing all of this random aggression that Neptune are throwing at them. They're waiting and playing it patient, and that's why they were able to find those picks.
Yeah, waiting patiently, allowing Governor to take that space, and Flipsy getting that early pick was pivotal to regain that map control that Neptune have guaranteed themselves the last few rounds, but up until then. Now Core looking great into this next round. We'll have to wait and see. A more defaulty setup again. Possibly an early challenge against Gov. He does have the op, so he is going to go for the swing. But it looks like with the double swing coming out from Tile, this should be a guaranteed trade.
Oh,
but
Governor.
It's not.
Okay. Finds cheat code, and already a lot of damage implemented onto that Killjoy. Flipsy took so much damage. The Odin going to be reigning supreme yet again onto B. Such a classic move there, and now Governor will be watching mid like a hawk. Already an excellent start for Neptune. Let's see how Core want to adapt.
Flipsy's in a precarious spot. It's going to be hard for them to escape. They need to get the call of the smokes from their teammate, but already the call of the Null Command was made. And again, this map counter pressure that Neptune are able to employ, Shot Up, spacing out A main, reclaiming its control. Everyone being detected by different utilities and Core, they're playing mostly by themselves off the lurk. Nobody's rotating at all. And with 45 seconds left, look at the Core retreat. They might be opting back to go into B main.
Yeah, it looks like that rotation is being called here. What I'm curious about is Governor watching mid like a hawk. Once again, still has that operator online, and finding a 1 pick will be more than sufficient at slowing Core down, but they know this. They smoked that one off, an excellent play, and now they're going to be starting this engagement into here. Dazzle as well as Adder just in the back there, but keep in mind, Dazzle still does have that Odin, which would be fantastic at getting people down. Governor goes up, tries to get cheeky with it, gets absolutely nothing. Time, though, is running out. Alvara's running in onto the site. Dazzle already good for 2, doesn't watch for Adder in the back, and it all falls apart for Core. This time, the clock running against them. They simply did not have enough time on this B engagement as Neptune take yet another round.
Adder and Dazzle are a scary defensive duo on B. Not only do you have the Odin for Dazzle, but Adder's there for the very back lines just in case. Not to mention having all that Killjoy utility. I would say so far at this LAN, the #1 MVP agent has been Killjoy. On another team, we have Revenge, who's had amazing quadruple, triple kills with KJ all day long. Not to mention these two in the lobby. They've been controlling and puppeteering these rounds so well, and they've been the X factor about a lot of these impactful round outcomes. As we reset again, though, there's not too many rounds left, Marks. There's still that lurk up B main, and that's usually been the safety spot for Core. But now that Governor's challenging it, that won't be a guaranteed late round course that Core can use.
Yep. It's a lot of pressure being applied there. Also, do you understand why Killjoy's my favorite agent? I'm just saying.
I suppose so.
The players are making the dream come true. It's all coming together for me. But now, Core being really aggressive onto this B mid. As a matter of fact, using the lockdown here. I don't know what they're cooking up, but I'm curious to see where they want to take this engagement. I think it might just be to flush out Tree to at least give them the space.
Right.
And on top of that too, it is going to at least draw out a fragment somehow. Shot up, still able to find one, and Neptune comes in for the cleanup kill of Pop Flash around the side. And Neptune, they're just high-fiving each other as they just swing out one after another from different angles, and now they've got spike control too.
Yeah. And again, it's these executes that Core have been struggling with.
30 seconds.
That is to say, it's only the first half of the game. This could very well be a defender-sided comp for both of these teams. I like the spike cancel, though, coming out from Snarly. Plant goes into the ground. Much extra needed money going to the bank accounts of Core from here on out, but Neptune, off-screen, is able to eliminate Flipsy from the round. And when all you have left is Snarly in a 1v4, some magic can happen, but it wasn't enough. The Governor signed the treaty. Bring it into law again, near double digits for Neptune.
Near double digits and only one round left in this half. Right now, Neptune, they're firing on all cylinders. We're going to be getting the Sony in-zone replay here. A little bit of a chaotic rush onto Tree. Snarly, though, put their best foot forward. Almost was able to come out on top, but not able to do so. And now this is such a hard round for Core. They were really banking on the success of that last one. Their buy is completely broken, and they've only got a Blade Storm online to do something with.
To be fair, half of the rounds that Core have won were off of a thrifty buy, but they also had the lockdown to use on top of that. The ultimate here that Core can use, at least at the moment, it's gonna be that Blade Storm. A few more charging up in the back end, so they choose the farm for orbs, but immediate Blade Storm comes out. A surprise Wrath and Fury, but not only the Nebula, but the early Gravity Well. It could have been met with a 3-stack on site. But keep in mind too, so much mid-contention has happened early round that Neptune feel comfortable just leaving it gone. Completely empty outside of that one Owl drone. Governor has to watch both market and mid at the same exact time. But Core are going to do Core things again, Marks. They're going to head their way back over to B main. Every single attacking round has ended like this.
Governor, tucked away, waiting for it, expecting it. And honestly, I really like this changeup of defense from Neptune. They're just giving up mid. And quite frankly, I think that they just anticipated that Core would not go on mid yet again because they've gotten shut down completely, but this time it's wide open, so they will be advancing. Flipsy going to be taking point first, spots out that Killjoy turret, and now the information is known. Still though, Core haven't really committed, and now we're down to this 30-second crunch. Their agents are spread all over the map, and I think the call is being made to go to A. Snarly, able to pick off Governor, might just change things around, but a Killjoy lockdown will do more than enough. Flipsy might get a bit of good timing, never mind. Not gonna be good enough, actually. It's gonna be great. Neptune goes down as well, and now Core, they have to make their way onto this A site. The site is clear, and they gotta get that spike down.
A last-minute crunch goes down. Plant underway. No suppressing knife's gonna stop anybody in this game as Flipsy continues on and eliminates the mirror match. It's up to shot up now. How the tides have turned.
Ooh. You know what, Ken? You called it. Hey, thrifty rounds. That's where Core seems to shine, and they're able to get the scoreline up now to 9-3.
And, you know, we could talk about curses and all that, but man, the calling made by Core in that last round was amazing to see. It was scrambly. It was a little messy at the end, but being able to force Neptune to go away from their safety spots, anchoring on each side, flip-flop back and forth over again for the defense. That is how you can shake things up as an attacking team. Core took advantage, saw that there was only one member of Neptune on A site, and as Dazzle fell, it was perfect to take that third round. But now they're on a very tightrope now. Core, if they lose even this pistol round, it could spell doom going 10-3. They have to win this pistol. Secure the buy-up round right after to have a shot at this first map.
Recon Bolt already being used just to get some information outside of B, but Look at this. Looks like Neptune taking a page out of Core's book. They're taking a lot of mid space right now. They're going to be moving up. Governor might be in a little bit of trouble if they walk through the smoke. Flipsy just on the other side, and the smoke dissipates, but Governor good with 2 crispy headshots, and that's going to be more than enough to make sure that this is going to be Neptune running onto the A site. Governor now just hanging on the other side. Cheat Code will be the first person to spot out, but Alvarez is going to be good for that kill, so it is going to be 3v2 onto this retake. Core with the numbers advantage.
And Flipsy loves to lurk up. We've been seeing it the majority of the rounds.
Oh.
But I was mistaken. It's Adder. Both Killjoys like the lurk. And so Adder pushes up. A ghost only is unable to find a whole lot here. Oh, wow. The Frenzy's on top of them. The jumping ghost and returns there for the 1v1. Dazzle has to hide. A recon bolt is there, and that'll be huge for Heaven, but the suppress says no otherwise. It's going to be an even game now of gunfights. The challenger goes on. Cheat Code falls, and it's 10-3.
And I was about to say, unfortunately, how it led up to that engagement was that Cheat Code did not have any more flashes available. And still, heroics coming in from Governor to be able to shut that one down, at least give the spike an opportunity to get planted. But it's just so hard in this pistol round at the very end. The bodies falling from all over the place, and Dazzle finds the nice little shot to make sure that they secure that pistol round. And Keg, we're now at that weird spot for Core. Neptune up 10-3, and it's looking like this map might be just going their way.
Well, history repeats itself again. Governor now with the Phantom. A lot of confidence behind him. And I was wondering how Neptune would play out this buy, because it's not like it was all very uneven in that last round. It was a 1v1 at the ending here. But still with that buy up the Phantom Core, they must have tricks up their sleeve. They go for the buy up themselves. And this Phantom's not able to find a lot, but Governor there for the entry gets back onto site.
Spike should be able to get planted from here. Neptune completely clearing out the site, and now they've got more than enough time to get themselves set up. Core just getting themselves nice and organized before they decide to move in here, but this is going to be a costly one if they lose this round. Neptune checking the back, is able to spot out one, but does only find a trade. Flipsy going to be good for that kill as well. JSP with this Marshall in hand now, waiting for somebody to swing around the corner, but shot up with the stinger, comes out and cancels Cheat Code. Now, Flipsy just around the side here, gonna be looking for it, but it's just excellent positioning. There's too many members of Neptune alive. Sure, they whittle down their HP to very low, but as long as they're still shooting, it doesn't matter. Neptune now 11-3.
Yeah, at this point, with only sheriffs in tow, Core have to be playing for overtime. Now, I'm no mathematician. I'm not much of a math magician either. But here's the thing. You have to multiply the amount of rounds you've won by 4 to bring yourself to overtime here for Core. But it's not doom and gloom again. We'll have to wait and see how this round goes. Core have been able to pull miracles out with their thrifty buys on the attack. But as long as they play together here, especially with those sheriffs, they could find a lot more of those trades. But there's only a solo hold on B, and it's Alvarez. It makes me nervous because there's not a lot of stopping power. With Neptune, a possibly 3-on-1 here to push B site.
Now Neptune taking quite a bit of space. No alarm bot, so this is more or less going to be for free. Governor, though, first contact, it's all falling apart. Dazzle in such a great location. Flipsy wasn't even looking the right way. The door to market gets slammed shut. And even though we said that Core, we're going to be good on these thrifties, this is not looking good. It's going to be 2v5 onto this retake. And while Core likes to just really take their time, Neptune, it's pedal to the metal on these engagements.
Oh, long range, the Stinger 2,
No
a great 3K, beautiful Dazzle. Dazzle doing dazzling things with a dazzling skin, of course. And this is it, 12-3. And this is a force buy from Core. They have no other choice. Their economy, a lot better than I thought it would be for this final round, but they did go for a full entire save. I do like the idea of JSP rocking the up here. If JSP's up can find maximum impact, well, okay, minimum impact, let's say. I would say that was probably around 2 kills this round.
Yep.
JSP's up alone. That could be enough to turn the tides of this battle, shutting down Neptune in their tracks. To me, the biggest factor that we have to look out for is whether or not JSP can outfrag Governor on that entry. Turn the tides from what it was on that first half.
And that's one of those things that honestly stood out to me about Governor's operator play. You know, usually with the operator, you expect it just to be in some of these super long angles, but we saw Governor being really aggressive with the operator as well, playing really close range quarters, which I think was why they were able to catch Core off guard multiple times. I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to be seeing that same level of operator play come in from JSP. And meanwhile, you know, especially on this entry, Governor, hey, just get the Phantom. You know that the sprays are going to be a little bit better, especially in some of those closer situations. And Neptune, they're getting themselves set up to move on to this A site. Let's see how this defense gets set up as Core. They're kind of leaving the main area open, albeit for a couple of Killjoy gadgets.
This is going to be interesting to watch. Early suppressing knife doesn't catch out anybody inside of tree. JSP's pushing up very aggressively with that operator. Might be good to catch out Killjoy. At the very least, it'd be great to eliminate Adder. Almost all that lurking potential would be gone. Keep in mind too, look at where that Spike is at. Despite the entry well on the A site marks, Spike is nowhere to be seen. And this is JSP's chance to turn the tides.
Whoa, misses the shot though. That is a huge miss. Now, not only do they have the Spike, they know where that operator is. And already Neptune have found all the kills that they need. It's all falling apart. It's all up to JSP. We were talking about excellent operator play, and this is gonna have to be it, a 1v4 scenario. JSP needs to find this to make sure that Core don't just drop this map, but it's near impossible. The Spike already down. Now, the bomb is ticking. JSP coming up into heaven, just misses the timing onto Neptune a little bit. Here's the glass get broken, knows that there is the KO there, but the shot goes a little bit wide as Neptune shuts that down. And that's going to be Neptune's Money Crew winning out map number 1 fairly dominantly, 13-3.
Yeah, it was a dominant game. I mean, more often than not, we just saw Core on their attacking side completely shut down in the first 30 seconds. But I gotta say, when they were able to survive past that time limit, they looked really solid in their mid-round plays. When they had that confidence up and they were winning their opening picks, Core looked really devastating when it came to their engagements. But more often than not, those winning engagements for them came on thrifty rounds, where we could chalk it up to a variety of things. Of course, many positive for Core, but also maybe just simple overextending from Neptune's side. That being said, though, I don't want to take away from the rounds that Core had won. They did a great job with their communication and the way they played it, but at the end of the day, it was just those shutdowns, especially from Governor and Adder helping out on the side. Really good covering all their bases against Core for both sides that they have.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the way that we got to see Neptune's Money Crew kind of set themselves up and, well, they started to overcook a little bit. They were overheating, and we were actually able to see Core start to pick up a little bit more, just simply because they were taking advantage of that fact. But unfortunately, they adapted a little bit too late, and as a result, the mountainous score of 9-3.5 happened, making things almost impossible for Core to be able to climb back up. But we will have map number 2, which is going to be Haven, ready to go. Will Core be able to bounce back, or will Neptune's Money Crew take this one and run straight to the finals? Only one way to find out, and that's going to be after this break. We'll see you in a bit.
savor the moment. You raise my hopes and don't even know it. In a life that's upside down, somehow you turn me around. So stay another night, 'cause all we have is tonight.
Hands go up and the lights go out. Pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long. Hands go up and the lights go out. Pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long, 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 all night
Do you want to go for a coffee?
Yeah, sure.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Windy City Valorant LAN. Of course, we have a fantastic match in front of us right now. It is Core up against Neptune's Money Crew. And Keg, well, that first map, it was pretty one-sided.
It was one of the maps that we've seen before. 13-3, Neptune took full control over the defense. Core couldn't find a way to get onto a site, except for the 3 rounds that they did. And it's important that we mention those 3 rounds because those 3 rounds were not full buys. Pretty much every single one of the rounds that we've seen Core win this series have been off of Thrifty, so if we do see them in those situations on Haven, or perhaps even Pearl, we can more so assume than most teams, hey, you know what, maybe they have a shot of winning this round.
Yeah, and I mean, on top of that too, we are going to be going to Haven and next, just like you said. And this is going to be map number 2 for Neptune to potentially just kind of close out the series and advance to the finals. But you know that Core are going to be trying to bite back as much as they can. Once again, a lot of variety that can kind of come in when we talk about Haven, specifically in these agent compositions. To me, Haven is kind of like a big old blender mixed bag that you can just toss anything in and generally be okay with.
Yeah, I mean, I would, you know, there's a lot of, it's been through a lot of metas. I think that's the best way of putting it. Like, there's a lot of approaches to that conversation, but I agree. I mean, I remember way back in the beta days of this game, where people's viable strats were using Viper before she was even good.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you can only imagine. Yes, what if we Viper wall directly down as an attacking team, all of Garage, push through Garage to the B site. They'll never see it through it. That was the old days of Valorant,
right?
Yeah, I mean, it's wild days, but unfortunately we don't see a Viper here. Instead we have double Astra. But again, having seen how both of these teams have played on Ascent side, I think an Astra's a great choice for both teams. Sometimes you'll see a Brimstone, maybe an Omen. I guess you don't see the Viper Harbor as much yet, but it's getting there. But overall, very well coordinated team comp coming out. No hard info for the side of, for Neptune's Money Crew. So they're going to be more looking for contact plays when it comes to either one of their sides.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit uncommon, seeing a breach come in for Neptune's Money Crew. And once again, that is going to be Neptune's Money Crew starting us out onto attack. We're just going to be loading into the map right now, but seeing a breach come in instead of a Sova is a pretty unconventional way to approach this map. Sure, they do have the Sky. That Trailblazer can get quite a bit of information, as well as those Seekers, and the Guiding Light at least lets you know when it blinds people. But still, Sova was kind of a mainstay on Haven.
Yeah, Sova's definitely a mainstay on Haven, but I think the raw pushing power that you can gain from a breach is just unsurmountable on this map. And with how big a retake sometimes can be for a defender-sided map, having that Rolling Thunder to deny a retake is a single-handed move that can shut down everything. But I like this stack up from Core the first round. 2.5 outside of B. All for contact.
Oh, yeah, you talk about the frenzy firing fast, doesn't matter if you find a headshot. Urzos does able to find 2, Flipsy through the smoke, and Snarly as well. Dazzle goes down. Turns out engaging and walking through a smoke is not going to be the move, especially for Neptune's Money Crew. Oh, Adder just misses a couple of those shots. And now the information is known where that's going to be. The Guiding Light goes up ahead, but Snarly gets the little bit of a crouch shot, and that is going to be Core changing things around, getting a first pistol round.
Already a really good turnaround and a great read from Core, anticipating that Neptune would be going for a huge advance of B at the beginning of the round. Without that double contact play coming out from Core, that would have been a done and dusted round probably. But I love the aggression that we had seen. I hope this is something that you and I should be anticipating to come in these next few rounds. That we get to see this much more aggressive Core that wasn't really there at all in Ascent.
Yeah, I 100% agreed. We're seeing them play with a little bit more confidence, and maybe this is just a more comfortable map for this squad. But already, we see Core getting a lot of information out of A. This is really unconventional. Usually you have your duelist push out, but this time it's going to be Flipsy, taking quite a bit of space. Meanwhile, Neptune's Money Crew, they've got their eye on taking B once again. Doesn't matter, JSP with a nice little crispy headshot onto Dazzle, shuts down all of the Garage pressure completely. And the Neptune's Money Crew, they're a little bit scattered, and the Trailblazer gives even more information. It all falls apart. Flipsy walks right out into window, and they just lined up for him, and it's going to be a nice, easy second round for Core.
I gotta say, I was so confused about why Flipsy was pushing up the A lobby too, but I think just the raw lurking potential and staying in the radius of your own utility, Flipsy made a great call of flanking into the B window, taking everybody down, And with Core, those comms are so important. There's definitely realities where other teams might have slower rotate potential if they don't comm effectively, that the entire team is outside of B main. So great calls again from Core. I love the way they're communicating with each other, but the true test is going to be this next round. Neptune, they weren't as successful in their round clearings until they got rifles, and now Dazzle. A great change of pace the first time now Neptune got the opening pick.
Oh, and yeah, Adder shuts Flipsy down. No flanks today, sir. Now, Neptune's Money Crew, this is a little bit different from what we saw their playstyle acting like on that last map. They're playing this one nice and slow and waiting for the pinch out here. I think Neptune's shoulder might have actually gotten spotted out, but doesn't matter. Governor able to find it too, and that's going to be all sails ahead. Make your way onto that A site, doesn't even matter. Adder on the flank. The flanking Killjoy reigns supreme.
This is where I get nervous, and this is why I'm also glad Core are starting off on the defense. I'm going to be honest with you, Marks. There might be, and I have to put on my detective hat for this, because my dear Watson, I think there might be an aim diff between these two teams.
Whoa.
Now, I'm not taking anything away from Core, but we've seen it now with Adder and Governor, especially now between the last two maps. They've been so good about these first contact plays. Governor took advantage of the misstep outside of A-Long, was able to get a double kill from it. And here we go again. Neptune tries to barrel their way down A-Long, but they're stopped immediately by so much utility at once.
Oh, but Adder falling down in mid. That's not how you want to start at this round if you are Neptune. You lose that flank potential, but now Governor going to be advancing things through, taking a couple of stray bullets here or there, and Snarly actually able to find that kill through a wallbang. Now the garage pressure is going to be coming in. Once again, through the smokes, a couple of kills are going to come through, but it is going to be 3v2. Snarly still holding things on. Shot Up gets taken out, and now it's all up to Neptune. No Money Crew to be found. Does have the spike, though, in this 1v3 scenario.
He's all alone, abandoned. Just waiting for that push-up. This is important, though. A lot of teams here would get overly confident, Marks, and they would go for those 1v1s. No. Alvarez making me nervous. Decreasing my lifespan. But Neptune's got 40 seconds. There's a lot of opportunities here for the counter lurk.
Ooh, JSP with this operator. Might just have found the timing, but never mind. Okay, Alvarez shuts that one down. No chance to get JSP an operator kill after how that last map ended.
That was close. Alvarez and JSP had this great kinship too. We saw that in the pistol round where they were holding that double contact outside of B main. At the very last engagement this round, we saw the same thing come by. I mean, when you have a Sentinel that's pretty much solely dedicated to one site or another, you don't have that spread out potential as, say, Chamber or even Cypher. But with Killjoy, at least you secure A site and you have that duo ship coming by, but now Core, they're swapping things up and they're completely abandoning B and Garage. There's no utility to see if anyone lurks up those two lanes.
It's going to be a nice little fast hit. It's going to be a half buy by the looks of it from Neptune. Couple of rifles online, but not everybody is going to be good. They're going to be walking into this Killjoy utility yet again. Let's see if the Nano Blender will shut down or at least stall things out for a little bit longer, but it's a lot more slower. Shot Up is going to get pinged up a little bit, causing for a little bit of a rotation out of here. But I wonder if Core continue to play this aggression. Well, looks like they're going to be playing off of this Owl Drone contact, but upon spotting nobody here, I hope they don't think that this is going to be clear.
There it is. The push in, the dash. Full space in the backside, Gov good for one. Flipsy there for the trade, but even then, Core holding their forces so well. Even caught off guard and shot up the fall. And all that's left now is one. It's up to Dazzle. Hiding inside that nebula now. Flipsy equipped with a turret, but look at that timing. Works perfectly though, still a 4K from Flipsy. Another round in the favor of Core. Great shutdown.
Wow. You know what? After how that first map went onto Ascend, I would not have expected things to go the way that they are right now. I know that this is still early on, like it's only 4-1, but Core have looked pretty dominant, and they're really digging their heels into the ground on this defense. Every time Neptune's Money Crew decides to make a move onto them, doesn't matter. One of these corners completely unchecked, or a little bit of utility is going to find their targets perfectly. and then they just swing in and get the cleanup kills onto Neptune. We're going to be seeing Neptune's money crew decide to buy up a little bit. Shot Up is going to be going with that Phantom, but otherwise just Stingers. Let's see if their Thrifty rounds are just as good as Core's.
Oh no. This lone Phantom's making me nervous. Just like the first time we saw it one map ago. But the attempted push-up is there. A lot of early pressure against Core's forces on A site. Even the Blade Storm coming out here is huge. That's good for one, nearly clearing away A. Make them both for Gov. All of A and a flash now in the favor of Neptune. That aggression's back. It was absent for a little while, but off of a Thrifty and one rifle. Even the Tasmanian Tiger doesn't want to push in.
Finally goes in, but once again, a lockdown activated. Cheat Code was able to at least spot that one out. They have to get running, otherwise the detain is going to be through. JSP and Flipsy at least able to get two there, but still, Core 3v3 in this scenario here. There are no taps coming through, but the rifle spray is going to be fantastic. Shot Up from the side is able to find that, and turns out Neptune's money crew, they're pretty good with 50 rounds too.
Yeah, great Blade Storm round coming out from Gov. Great entry, double updraft into the air, 2 headshots with those knives. That's exactly what you need. It did take a little bit though. Good way of clearing out the site, but again, you can't rely on those Blade Storms every single round. It was a much needed round though. Like you mentioned, it was the Thrifty win. But with no adjustments seemingly being made from Core's end other than JSP now aiming down B. A lot more pressure now developed over to B side from Neptune's end. This Guiding Light's gonna tell the whole story, but Alvarez is trapped.
Wow.
I'm sorry, there's cheat code.
Governor able to find cheat code there. Hunter's Fury going to be coming out in response. Does get 2 pings, but not able to secure any kills. Dazzle now using the Guiding Light to get a flash off, but Snarly just tucked away inside of the smoke. Has to be so careful, but Adder just walks through and finds a nice little headshot to close that one out. Its C site is completely open for the taking for Neptune, and it feels like they're back in their stride. These fast attacks have worked so well before, and they're working fantastic this time too.
Adder good for 1, eliminates JSP. 2v4, the lockdown might not be necessary anymore. Alvarez forced to hide and look for exits. No shot that Core can bring this back now, 4-3. These fast entries from Neptune have not been stopped yet. Every round before this was a lot of hesitation from Neptune. Again, respecting the utility on that entry for the denial. Dazzle's gonna sneak up, completely unaware of Alvarez's presence. There's 2 potential opportunities here for the remaining members of Core to find at least one. But playing it ultra safe, not going for that bouncing economy like they did that last map, I think this is the right move.
Yeah, 100% agree. On top of that too, Neptune, they're able to secure yet another round. It's just starting to look a little bit scary for Core. I mean, obviously, going into this next round, they will have that Blade Storm to kind of pad out the economy a little bit more. And they do have that Cosmic Divide, but they got to make sure that they don't just, you know, throw all their money away. Because if they lose this round, I don't know whether or not they're going to have enough to be able to buy into the next one. Meanwhile, Neptune's money crew, they're feeling a little bit more confident.
Good.
Yeah, they've got all the money in the world.
They get a nice paycheck going on there.
Nothing like job security, am I right?
True. What do we know about that? But Governor eliminates Flipsy. That's so huge for your first opening pick. The potential lurker gone. Killjoy's utility now worthless. And what's left of Core? One of those Phantoms, I believe, now lost. It's up to 1 Phantom and probably 2 Sheriffs left. For a retake 2, you're Neptune, of course you're gonna push up here. Even the Blade Storm can't be contested. Neptune's good for 2, and Governor's there for the last. 4-4 now. Big question I have for you though, Marks. Are we gonna see a timeout from Core right here, right now?
You know, I don't think that, well, turns out I was wrong. That's my bad. Well, actually, yeah, no, that timeout is gonna be definitely activated. Are you reading their minds? Have you, like, dialed in that well, Keg?
I guess so. I'm just trying to think, like, okay. Neptune have just won the last 3 rounds against us, and we have not fought back. And I know it sounds a little harsh against Core, and I promise that's not my intention. But the fact that they're just, Neptune are barreling in, taking so much space, and your opening pick is your Killjoy designed for that. It's a really tough start for Core here off of a solid few rounds in the opening of the second map. Where right now, again, it's the same issue. They have to shut down Governor.
Yeah, Governor has been such a menace in this lobby for both of these maps at this point. I mean, obviously it's great when you get those opening picks, but even just staying alive and being a presence on the team, that has been fantastic. And we're really starting to see Neptune start to play together more often. It felt like when they were going in initially on their contacts, you know, they were all looking one way or the other and not really playing off of each other, which just allowed Core to be able to A, split them up, but B, secure all of those kills, making Neptune's attack just kind of fall apart. But now, Neptune's Money Crew, they're playing a little bit more coordinated, and it's really starting to show, especially in these last couple of rounds. They do also have that Rolling Thunder online. I wonder if this is just going to be a very fast hit.
I think it will be, Marks. And the issue with that is that this is a really big buy from Core. If they lose these fights, and so far they're not, that's huge. It would spell doom and gloom for their economy again, but this early lockdown is going to force everyone away off of their opening pick. Governor might have fallen, but the Killjoy lockdown can achieve the same. A Rolling Thunder finds nothing, but look at this flank. Right from behind, it shot up the fall, no more smokes. That Cosmic Divide was the final wish coming out from Shot Up before they fall. It's a 5v3 here. Everyone on Neptune forced to hide away.
JSP coming in onto contact. It's going to be absolute pandemonium on the site, but 2 already down. They just have to look for Neptune inside of the smoke. Neptune good to find 1, but turns out, wow, a lot of kills coming through smokes this time around. But Core, after a much needed timeout, are able to stop that momentum that Neptune's Money Crew were gaining, and they seize the round.
You could not ask for a perfect round from Core. Off of a tactical timeout, they achieved exactly what they needed to. It was an expansive round from Neptune, Cosmic Divide, the Bladestorm, I believe, the Lockdown, even the Rolling Thunder was all used. And none of it was stopping Core from retaking immediately. As soon as that lockdown came underway, everyone evacuated the site. No chance to counter any sort of that aggression whatsoever. And by being able to read that Rolling Thunder, a complete miss from Neptune. It drained the ult economy of the team in 1 round.
Oh, imagine if Governor landed that shot.
Yeah, that could have been huge.
Adder gets flashed out here, so a little bit of information at least given. Look at this, Core's rotation. They all very happily go over to that C side. Now B might be the choice of attack if they do decide to commit to one of these sites. Neptune's Money Crew just kind of playing the information game. And once again, we're seeing them start to play a little bit of the slower pace, but I don't think that it works out well for them.
Keep an eye on Core's recon bolt, though. That's the only sense of hard info this entire map has. Besides, say, Alarm Butt, but at least you can see the hit scan through the walls. Great for Dazzle, adding that extra pressure. The recon bolt brought up for A, but only spots 1. And Flipsy, are you aware of this trick? Everyone rotates over to C and the lurker falls.
Ooh, here we go. The engagement coming in. Governor gonna use the updraft. Just escape those bullets. Is good with the shot as well. And that's gonna be more than enough. Even though they lost 1 all the way on the other side, doesn't matter. This C site take was immaculate. Excellent utility and excellent kills coming through. Now Core, the question is, do they try to make this 2v4 happen, or do they try and save? I imagine they would be just looking for exits, but Alvarez steps out. Immediately the headshot is found, and Flipsy is just gonna hightail it and run away. Might actually get caught out into mid, and just gonna be that. Adder does find that kill. Neptune's Money Crew, they tie it right back up.
Yeah, 5-5 now. The money, most interesting for Core to watch right now. It's a hodgepodge of different buys. We saw Spectres, we saw Vandals. I love that read from Flipsy. Despite the fake being well found out from Core, we only saw those rotates happening on C-side really late from the team. By the time the rotates already happened, Marks, we were seeing the majority of Neptune already scaling up practically in the B side off of it. And so Core, they have to anchor, they have to manage and juggle so many different aspects of this defense. They have to make sure they can't over-rotate either. Oh, what is this?
No way.
JSP, no!
You saw it coming. I mean, obviously we saw it coming because we have walls, but at the same time, you know that Governor is going to be good for that shot. And already, Core, that is an intimidation factor that they now have to deal with. Governor having this operator, the mental strain of that alone is something that you have to play around. And you know what? Shut Snarly down as well.
Yeah. Not only losing out on your primary duelist, but losing out on your smokes as well. At least there, Alvarez and cheat code They can help swing the pendulum back in their favor. A lockdown coming out off the audio cues of Neptune pushing site. That's huge. But everyone's separated out from core. And losing that pick on Flipsy, it only promotes more of A-Site in the favor of Neptune.
Now, they go in, Governor popping the Blade Storm. Aftershock used on the top as well as the Nano Swarm to make sure that there's no chance for Core to be able to start to retake this. Trailblazer going to be used first, but I don't know if Core are deciding to commit to this. It looks like they're actually too intimidated and are just going to be backing off of it. They know that Governor's operator is a menace to deal with, and so they will yield the round. The Blade Storm doesn't get any value, but I think intimidation alone, that might just be it.
Yeah, I agree. The intimidation factor from Governor's op is wild to me, especially after the Guiding Light early round. Still finding that opening pick? It's just unfortunate Core lost pivotal members of their team so early into the round. The retake potential without Snarly goes down exponentially. That Cosmic Divide could have been there, but it wasn't. So now it goes 6-5. Neptune now good for the half. It's up to Core to bring the 6-6 and have a chance to go pretty much a clean slate into when we swap sides. But on the bright side, though, it is a lot better than the 3-9 scoreline we had for map 1. Core made so many improvements. They've tightened up their ship so much in between maps here that I'm still incredibly impressed about how well they're taking these fights early round now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, you know, there's something to be said about the fact that Governor's probably going to find a kill right off the bat with that operator, but the fact that they're able to trade it right back and keep those numbers even,
Gun here.
that mental alone is fantastic for your team to still believe that you can do it. This is going to be a tough round for them, though, because they don't necessarily have a full buy, but of course, it is going to be a fast hit coming in from Neptune's Money Crew. They want this round to be over.
Oh, the fault line is out, and look at this. The lone survivor here, it's Alvarez with a judge. A 3K goes down. Governor for the trade. But trades on trades, it leads Adder to be the last one alive. That spike in a no man's land. What do you do? At best, Core might give Adder 1v1s, but with 3 already on C, that seems unlikely.
And
It's
they're
a lock and
watching
shut
for it.
round.
They know where the spike is as well, and oh, the timing! It's just immaculate, but it's not going to be enough. Adder almost went in like a spy and was almost able to escape, but doesn't matter. Core, hey, thrifty round yet again, and they tie it up 6-6 in the half.
Core had such great pre-round reads against Neptune. I was so impressed with just these stack ups on a variety of different sites when we did see Neptune's attempts to push in as a 5-stack. They weren't too often in the middle of the first half, but the very beginning, the very half, Core looked the strongest when they had a really good idea about how the round from Neptune was going to play out from the very beginning of the timer. If there was any mid-round adjustments, that's when we saw Core start to stumble a little bit, but sometimes they did find themselves back on their feet. And that's really important that they were able to distinguishably take those fights a lot more than they could on Ascent and build themselves up more. But as we swap sides, keep in mind too, they're the only team on their attack this series that will have hard info for their attacking side. They can use that for the backside of B so well here. Discover at least 2 out of 3 stacked up. But it really depends on how this Sova utility is used.
Oh, shot up. Just walks away. Little frenzy shots, but Governor actually gets caught out here, and now it's just a lot of utility to make sure that Flipsy does not get away with any shenanigans on this pistol round. You're going to be seeing now Core, they decide to make their move into Garage, but it's ever so slow, and Neptune have their finger on the pulse. They're going to be there to match it. Governor able to find at least one. JSB going in deep, but it's trades back and forth, 1 for 1, except Neptune comes up big at the very end. Ghost in hand, 3 kills, and Neptune's Money Crew, they're able to find that pistol round.
Great collapse onto the site. And look at Core, they're not opting to buy up. When they were in a more precarious spot, they were force buying on Ascent, but now this time that they have more rounds to spare, they're going to go for a full eco. I like this play. Death barrel your way through A site, just take as many guns away from Neptune as you can. That's going to be huge, especially with these very expensive purchases that Neptune love to bring out. Imagine, Core early on are able to eliminate Neptune and get that Phantom in their own hands. That's going to be gigantic.
Here.
But look at this. One smoke is more than enough to slow down Core's pace. And we know that Core, they are a team that like to play a little bit more slow. The Trailblazer goes in to scout that one out and gets absolutely no information. And so it's looking a little bit sus if you are Neptune's Money Crew. Regardless, though, they might start to re-hit it, and Governor already finds cheat code, looking for a little more. The Tailwind is going to go up, but not going to be able to find anything. Sorry, the Cloudburst, and that's going to be more than enough to allow this crew to at least get themselves reset.
And off of that opening pick again, Core are forced to reset and re-engage into a different angle. Still one hiding, though, in the back of lobby. It's Snarly. And the Gardens that falls, and without a smoke now, without much pushing power, forced to engage inside Garage, Flipsy hides, and again, trades on trades. Neptune now good for the first 2 rounds for their defense. And Core, this has to be their buy-up round. This is going to be one of the most important rounds for them this entire series. They cannot lose any of their weapons here against Neptune, especially for those 3, on their thrifty buy still.
Keg, Governor has an operator.
Yeah, I see it. I'm waiting to see if it does anything. I think Governor will probably find success in one, but who's to say Core don't immediately go for a Nebula, block out sewers? They already know Governor likes to play there, and just run down A long. But they smoked the wrong angle. They're expecting Governor to be A long, but at least now that Trailblazer forces him away. That's so much map space that Core can use. But the lurk and flank have been found out too.
And I wonder if they continue to push that, because they also heard the operator shot go off when the Trailblazer got killed. That means that they know that Governor has this operator, and once again, the mental strain of that alone is something you have to wrap your head around. Look at this. Neptune's money crew, they're starting to get a little bit more aggressive. Neptune already moving up pretty far forwards, and now an excellent position to punish anybody who might be trying to take mid-ground. It looks like that is exactly what's going to happen. Flipsy on the receiving end of that, and now the call is being made. They are going to be running onto this A site, but they're so scared. They're playing slow, respecting the fact that Governor does have that operator.
Look how delayed JSP is with the rest of the team. JSP's up ahead, fighting through that topmost Nebula near defender spawn, and only now are the rest of his team getting on site. Ooh. A disaster possibly in the making. Looking good for Core now. They've turned it around. JSP good for 2. Wow. And with Adder now the last one alive. What was looking so scary in the beginning. The delayed follow-up from the rest of Core may have just saved the team. Kept them in this attacking side, but the 1v1s are out. 30 HP left. 10 seconds. Now's the time to push. It's up to JSP, good for 3. Their own team's stinger stung back in the face of them.
I'd like that move. You know, pick up the stinger. You know that it's going to be a close range engagement, and the spray on the stinger, I mean, you could be walking and that thing is going to be absolutely fine. Excellent play coming through from Core, and just like you said, I think the little bit of a delay kind of worked out into their favor, just because it just resulted in people running in, and then in the midst chaos of the re-site take happening from Neptune's money crew, Core's members were still walking in already, so they just had all of the sight lines just dealing with a jet on site. So an excellent round from Core, and now they're only 1 round different between these two teams. Neptune's money crew, though, already starting to get aggressive out of A site. They've completely yielded B as well. As a Core, they're slowing things down yet again, but they're adding pressure onto C.
Keep in mind, too, Governor brought up that op last round. It found no impact. Alvarez with that same op now watching A lobby. Governor's banking on the fact that the safety spot for Core has been these engagements on A. Almost every round has ended that way, and hiding in this corner might be the move. But with so much gunfire outside of B main, it could be different. Dazzle and shot up are ready for the double swing. And Alvarez is forced to not use their utility at all until very delayed. That might spot out Governor.
Ooh. Okay, yeah. As to be expected, but doesn't matter. Governor still swings anyways and able to find cheat code. It's a good way to deal with the Owl drone if you do want to try and take an engagement. And already Core are going to be down a key member. That's all of the flashes removed from their toolkit. So they have to be clean with these engagements, but Flipsy at least knows where a couple of them are. And now, Core, they make their way onto this B site.
Yeah, way to rub it into Flipsy's face that they just lost their sky. But Governor, he's going to take the risk.
This is unbelievable. Governor still alive in the back of the site here. JSP extremely low as well. 1 bullet will do it, but of course, with this Vandal in hand, only needs 1 bullet to find a headshot onto somebody else. Those people are just around the corner here, but it's gonna be, oh no, Governor goes up and then immediately down. As Neptune's starting to roll in as well, able to find 1 kill. The flank is gonna be good, and suddenly it's all up to JSP. 5 HP. The spike is not planted for them as well. So gonna try and get this. Gonna go for this wide swing, but Adder is gonna be watching that one. And Neptune's Money Crew win out that round. It's now 9-7.
I really like the thought process that Core brought out into that round, because normally you would expect that Governor loses the op, it gets picked up and used by JSP. But that wasn't the case. Instead, JSP knew that their role had to be the aggressive entry, something that Core has struggled with up until this round. And they left the op to be the anti-flank watch that round. It didn't amount to much, but it goes to show that Core have their set roles down. But they weren't able to capitalize off of it. And now look at this broken buy again. A single Vandal, a Guardian 2 from Cheat Code. Governor returns again with the same exact operator that's been floating around this entire half. It's that aggressive entry yet again. The Blade Storm is out. All the stars go down at once, and look who's behind the scenes. It's Neptune there. Ooh. Shutting down JSP with an ult.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder, especially too from the back of B, is such an excellent way to deny that very fast B side plant that we see a lot of teams try and go for. And just like that, Core, they're left scratching their heads. We actually see Shot of having a Stinger, playing it extremely close by, but just one Swarm Grenade is also enough to delay the Garage hit as well. Neptune, with this fault line ready to go, decides to cancel it last second, but of course, who else but Governor finds a close quarters kill with that Operator. Adder just around the side, finds one, finds two, and flawless round from Neptune. They're starting to roll things forwards.
They are, but keep in mind too, that was a thrifty round from Core, but double digits now. Timeout number 2 has been called by Core side, and it almost feels like the team is stumbling back into their same behaviors as Ascent. Wait to see what the first contact is. Can we win it? Yes, then yeah, let's push it. But if we can't, it just seems like the team is kind of stumbling, or not stumbling, that's not the right word. They're just kind of waiting around for a while to see what the next move should be. These mid-rounds are looking scary for Core's attack. I love the way the team played the defense and how assertive they were, but that same assertion doesn't seem to be consistent when it comes to their attacking side. And I wonder if part of that is the dynamic of JSP not picking up that operator, forcing to be into that entry role every round. Or if they're trying to trade it out off of those flashes, or maybe it's just a utility diff. I'm not really sure what goes on in the columns of Core, but something about their dynamic and their attacking side has not been working out until now.
Yeah, I mean, I think too that this is just one of those things that because Core are kind of playing things a lot more slow, and Neptune's Money Crew, you know that they want to take that first aggression. We're seeing consistent first bloods come out from Neptune's Money Crew. And that kind of leaves Core into this weird, interesting spot because then, like you said, they're waiting for that contact. They're waiting to play off the information. But quite frankly, they're not getting any because every single time they try to get some information with their bodies, someone's already dead. And just like that, the information is kind of lost. So it's a hard game of info coming through from both these teams. But of course, a great fault line from Neptune to at least stop this engagement or slow it down.
Yeah, and speaking of info, a lot of it's going to be expelled early on for both of these teams, just to give a grasp of where the general locations of either one of these teams could be. Early Trailblazer won't come back. Guiding Light already used. The rest of Neptune, though, relegating away from A-Site, knowing full well, hey, you know what? We got that lockdown for retake. But they're also on a thrifty. This Death Barrel could be so good, but that Alarm Bot's gonna give away everything.
And yeah, just like you said, they're backing off of that rotation. Keep in mind too, they're keeping their Astra all the way in spawn. One of the best things about Astra, you can literally just hang them out anywhere on the map and all that utility is still gonna be good. Make sure that you keep your smokes online. Whereas is now going to be getting the spike down. And look at this, both Killjoys are lined up to potentially... Oh, okay, all right, Snarly. That was kind of nasty, 4 HP left. But dueling lockdowns now going to be planted as well as Snarly goes for the wrap around. And this is going to be a hard duel for Neptune to win, especially with Flipsy walking in on this one. But Cosmic Divide now going to be activated as Neptune's Money Crew. They decide to start moving in onto the site. Well, Snarly finally able to find Neptune, but it is going to be good on the actual site. And just like this, Governor in an excellent position, finding the... Oh, never mind, just misses the knives, but Shotup just sticks the spike. Pros do not fake indeed. And without that information, they don't know what's going on. So Neptune, they kind of just clutched that one up.
I love how in that span of 20 seconds, we got to see the best and the worst about having Astra on your team. Cosmic Divide, great mobility with the Nebulas, But when you and your Killjoy are so far away from the rest of the forces trying to hold on to site, Core were stuck in a 3v3 that they couldn't win. They lost out on trades and gunfights, and Flipsy and Snarly, too distracted by that flank, weren't coming out to help and give extra bodies to their now defense. So the call's been made again for Core to go for that slow push-up.
Taking that back.
Snarly still on that lurk by themselves. Luckily, though, this time we see Flipsy much more with the team. A 4-stack! And before this quick little rotate from Neptune, a 4v1.
Trailblazer goes in, gets information, and Owl Drone as well. Goes in to scout out the site. A guiding light going to be tossed in, gets the information. They're pretty sure that this is going to be an A-side hit, just waiting for that confirmation. And look at this, Dazzle immediately backs off, goes into heaven, while B starts to advance. They're looking to take out this Astra before it becomes too much of a problem, leaving Dazzle to just kind of fend for themselves up in heaven. At least get that. Snarly spotted out and actually loses the duel against Shot Up, as Dazzle with a spray through. It's actually able to shut one down. Even though they will get the spike down, Core, it's not going to be a great situation, especially to, well, okay, never mind. JSP just kind of goes in and wants to just completely upset Dazzle up in heaven. But now they have to be careful. They know where this is. Come on, you know where this is. And Neptune finally receives the kill there. An Aftershock admitted to force Flipsy out if they don't take damage, and it's going to be a 2v1. Goes for the side. Wow, Shot Up just 180s there, but it doesn't matter. Neptune's got their back. Neptune's Money Crew now take it to match point with this defuse.
Yeah, a big key part to the last 10 seconds of that round was the Seekers coming out from Dazzle. With 3 left alive on Core, the Seekers at maximum can find 3 different players. It secured some of the best info you can guarantee with all the agents on this map. The exact locations of everyone on that retake, allowing the rest of Neptune to come through and eliminate them one by one. Perfect swing, because Neptune already knew where Flipsy would be. Beautiful. But 5 more rounds from Core are needed to bring things to overtime. They have to find a more consistent way on site. The majority of these rounds now, half of the wins from Neptune have been off of defuses. Each time has been on A site where they can fight for bodies, but they're unable to win. It's gotta be a full dedication to a new site. C under complete lockdown now from Neptune. It leaves B to be a possibility. But we haven't seen a B take in such a long time.
Ooh.
Oh
Great
no!
fault line. Yeah, everyone gets nice and dizzy. Shot Up hasn't let up just yet. Alvarez with that judge can't find anything as they all swarm in onto site. Snarly, last person alive, gets a nice little headshot under Shot Up, shuts down Dazzle as well, forces us down to a 1v1. Knows Adder probably lurking in from behind. The swing is going to be good from Adder. Are you kidding me? Neptune's Money Crew shut down Core 13-7.
I mean, where to begin, right? I think Core put up a really good fight against Neptune, but unfortunately at the end there, we had seen a big, I don't want to say experience dip, because I think Core have been around for a long time, but when you're in that circle of cycling in and out of challengers, facing against the opposition like the rest of those NA teams, you learn a thing or two. And I think the utility usage, more so than anything else, was huge to enable somebody like Governor to find so many of those not only impactful frags, but getting those ever sought for opening picks that relied on the majority of the rounds that Core had to be a 4v5.
Yeah, honestly, Core looked so much better this time around when they started us out on defense, going blow for blow, round for round against Neptune's Money Crew. But as soon as that second half happened, it just started to fall apart, and I wonder if that is just the style that they play going up against a team that is just really aggressive and trying to get up into your space so often that you don't expect where these people are. Of course, wonderful little replays coming in through here because of the Sony in zone, and you know, it was just an overall spectacular match. This one was a lot closer than our first map that we saw.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, props to Core for really adjusting around how Neptunes would play quite a bit in the second map, but again, that just wasn't enough. I really enjoyed seeing Core. I hope we get to see them much more often in future tournaments, because they have a lot of potential on their team, especially when it comes to playing in that team dynamic. There weren't nearly as many hero plays on that second map. There's a lot more of the buddy system in play, and that's exactly what you need to elevate yourself as one of the top teams, possibly in like that Challengers North American scene.
Absolutely, and well, Neptune's Money Crew, they find their way into the finals, but before we get into that, we do have to let you know about a little bit of a giveaway going on. Ooh. And you know what, Keg? It's actually for a headset that you're looking pretty good in.
What headset? Oh, this old thing? Ah, I've had this forever. No, thank you so much, everybody, for Windy City for, donating this headset to me, giving it to me. It's been super cool. Honestly, I had a Bluetooth headset before this one, Marks, and it was great. I never thought I'd replace it. But honestly, after activating these, it's been a dream come true. I can't hear anything outside. I can't hear my fan. It has Bluetooth, so I can go out in the kitchen and make food and still listen to all of the beautiful voices of commentating in Valorant. I mean, what's there not to love, right?
More importantly, if you leave your seat, I can still talk to you. It's fantastic, but
True.
you can't respond anymore, so you just have to listen to whatever I want to tell you.
Oh no. You should hear all the things that Marks is telling me in the green room. I see how it is. But it's okay, you know what? If it means tolerating all that, I will happily choose this headset any day. I very much enjoy it. And luckily for us, like you said, Marks, we do have a bit of a giveaway going on. But how do we enter that giveaway?
Well, if you pay attention in chat, Nightbot is going to be dropping a giveaway shortly. We are on a little bit of a delay, so it's not going to be happening right now, but you're going to want to tune in because right now we're going to give away a Sony InZone H3 headset. That's $100 that you could just win by entering this giveaway. And on top of that too, we're only going to go even further as we get into those finals with even nicer headsets.
Even further? Oh boy, tell me, what do you get?
Well, we've got a Sony InZone H7 headset, and then two Sony InZone H9 headsets. And you know what, Keg? All you have to do is enter WCVO in the chat as soon as the giveaway starts. Once again, because this is a little bit delayed, could happen whenever, so you're just going to want to have to pay attention to all the games that we're watching.
Ooh, okay. Now, I did hear from production. Allegedly speaking, the first giveaway should be starting soon, so you gotta be on the lookout for that.
And well, with that, gonna want to tune in for those giveaways, but we are gonna be throwing to a quick break. When we get back for you, it is going to be the finals match. Let's see what team is gonna be going up against Neptune's Money Crew and potentially grabbing the biggest bag of them all from this tournament. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Do you want to go for a coffee?
Yeah, sure.
lost my hopes and don't even know it. In a life that's upside down, somehow you turn me around. So stay another night, 'cause all we have is tonight.
Hands go up and the lights go out. Pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long. Hands go up and the lights go out. Pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long, 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 all
Tried to make me out to be crazy, and I played along.
problems in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine. Yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause I love tonight. It's electric. I get lost in your eyes every time, there's no turning back. Swear I ain't got a chance. Had me caught up in you since the night on the terrace, yeah. You had me falling fast. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause I love tonight. It's electric.
Children used to run and play. Look at all the mess we made. Guess I never know where it went wrong. Sometimes I feel like all that's sad, 'cause viral then people forget. In this crazy world I don't belong. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning but I'm fine. No, I'm nobody. future feels so unsure. Didn't we deserve more? The burden that you left is way too heavy for me. Do you ever feel like the world would die out? My anxiety's off the roof, I cry out. We have gone too far, take me back right now. I see fire burning, but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that. just let me go. Please let me go. You like to love so hard and then you throw it away. You like to open skies and then you blame it on me. You're someone I can never be with. You joke about my flaws and weaknesses. Why do you love so hard and then just throw it away? You opened up my heart and just to close it on me. Don't blame it on me. Don't blame it on me. So don't you blame it on me. You never knew how bad it was. Guess you never really cared because you said your parents never gave you hugs, and as a child you were never loved. You made me love so hard, but then you threw it away. You like to open skies and then you blame it on me. You're someone I can never be with. You joke about my flaws and weaknesses. Why'd you love so hard and then just throw it away? You opened up my heart and just to close it on me. Don't blame it on me.
Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we are free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we way free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night.
Entombed in my mind, can't seem to break away. Lost in time, thinking about better days. Do you ever get used to the pain? 'Cause I don't know if I can do this again. Now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Lullabies of you still in my head. Bloodshot eyes, can't sleep, I'm rotting in my bed. Even the drugs don't faze me. I don't think you understand. I gave you everything I had when it shit go wrong, and now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. I think it's dawned on me that you ain't coming back. I've lost my chance to see us find our way back. And in the end, amidst these trying times, I'll always try to find you. I'll lie to you to find the truth that you hold back. So stay with me. You know that I'll follow. I can't breathe. Together we'll fall apart. Stay here right in my arms, and we'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. We'll fall apart. I know that we're a mess. Then I know that you try your best.
If you've ever experienced Wild Bill's or had the opportunity to taste our old-fashioned soda pop, you've likely been served by someone who served far more than soda. Veteran-owned and operated, we are more than just a company that sells soda pop. Wild Bill's is an experience that commemorates the memories created with friends and family. Once you've tried one of our 9 refreshing flavors, you'll understand why people keep coming back year after year. You need just purchase a mug, pick any flavor, and pour all day long. Our exclusive mugs are unique for each function, with different styles, each having the event logo to celebrate that special day. And if you run into us again, just bring your mug and pay only $5 to fill up all day.
Cups are awesome.
They have sarsaparilla!
What's your favorite thing here?
Nice, good answer.
People love the experience, and kids love pouring from the tap for themselves. Made with pure cane sugar, there's no high fructose corn syrup, which makes for a delicious soda that's nostalgic of a simpler time.
I'm probably going to be refilling this all day.
Wild Bill's services nearly 400 events a year. It's truly about the experience that we deliver and the value we provide, not only to events, but the customers we serve. We truly feel that we add a unique element and something that you can taste, feel, and touch. So try Wild Bill's and taste the wild side.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Windy City Valorant Open LAN. My name is Marks. This is Keg Shouts. And before we get into things, we have to give a quick shout out to Mo549 for winning our very own Sony InZone H3 headset. Big congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations all around. I've got to say, these headsets are so nice. I can, it's a bit of an adjustment whenever you get new headphones about like listening to your voice. So it's like, whoa, I sound different now. But I sound different now in a good way, which I'm really happy about. And everything we said before, it's great for Bluetooth. I can walk around the house using this. I love these headsets. I'm so thankful that everyone here sent me a headset. It was so nice of them. And let me tell you, I think it's a keeper.
That's glad to hear it. And you know what? Well, some of you are going to be able to keep your own headsets as well. If you're paying attention to the Twitch chat, well, we're actually giving away one headset as of right now. Of course, there is a little bit of a delay, so, you know, the timing might be a little bit different there. But all you have to do, as soon as you see it go live in Twitch chat, is to type in WCVO. We're going to be going with the Sony InZone H7 headset, now worth $200. And, of course, at the very end of this entire tournament, we're going to be giving away 2 Sony InZone H9 headsets that are valued at $300. So make sure you're paying attention to the Twitch chat, because that's pretty darn good.
Now remember, the contest is US only, so if you live outside the US, I'm sorry, Marks. I'm sorry, man. Better luck next time, I promise.
I'm missing the Leafs game for this, and this is how I get treated.
Oh, shake my hand. I will send you my headset. How about that? I got you.
Okay. Thank you, Keg.
Right. I got you. You know I got you, Marks. But you know what? We have a lot more to cover besides just the headsets, though. As amazing as they are, we are up to the very end. We have the grand finals. There's only 2 more teams left to see who can be the crown victor of the 10K here. We have ourselves Neptune's Money Crew and YFP dueling it out against each other here. I don't know who's going to win this. We talked about this in the pre-show. We came up with our own mini predictions. It's a big shoulder shrug. I honestly don't know who to expect, but Neptune's Money Crew, we just saw them before up against Core. Let's look at them again. Who we have to see on the chopping block? It's going to be Adder, Neptune, Dazzle, Shout Up, and Governor. I gotta say, I love the way we had some synergy between Governor and I believe Shout Up. Dazzle and Adder were fantastic on their own defense, working off of each other well. It was a big game of synergy, and it was a big differential between themselves and Core.
Yeah, and this is the thing too, like, when we talk about these players, quite a few of them are coming from challengers, and so they've got that high caliber level of just gameplay available to them. And that's why we saw that dominant 13-3 map in the last series. But of course, that second map against Core, they did only win it 13-7. If we turn the page over and take a look at the YFP roster, well, the first thing that we have to talk about YFP, similar to Core, this is a team that has been running through the circuit together for quite some time now. We've got Rebo, Alexander, Shonk, Temperature, and Icy coming in. And in their last matchup, in order to get into the finals, they won 13-5 and then proceeded to win 13-1. And so you know that YFP, they got to be feeling themselves as they come in for this final match against Neptune's Money Crew.
Yeah, I gotta say, YFP, they've had a heck of a journey getting to where they're at in the grand finals. They removed 10X from contention to get to the grand finals. I think they were one of the most solid teams we had seen in the entirety of the LAN. And with YFP coming by and really taking them down here with a huge scoreline, both those maps, both teams are looking very good, very well-oiled machines to go into the final maps of the day. But again, what are those maps? Where are we going, Marks?
Well, let me tell you, and also too, thanks to our production for telling me, but we've got Haven, Fracture, and then Ascent. Of course, we're going to be seeing Haven. Of course, we're seeing Ascent. Those are maps that are just so ingrained in every single team's strategy books those are the ones you want to play. What's interesting here is Fracture is coming into the rotation. We saw a lot of teams start to kind of learn how to play Fracture, but it kind of fell to the wayside, especially in some of these types of tournaments. Very happy to see Fracture return.
Yeah, Fracture's definitely the most interesting map out of the 3 for the pool there, but we do have to start off on Haven. We're already in Agent Select, and I'm not anticipating seeing too many agent differences from either one of these teams. Like we talked about when we saw Neptune versus Core, there could be some wacky picks coming out with, say, the emerging meta of the Viper Harbor comp, but I think if you're fighting for grand finals, you want to go for your safety comps, and so both these teams rely on the same usual 5 that we've been seeing for a lot of these different maps. Big difference again, though, that Neptune had brought out against Core was that Core did have more info using the Sova, whereas, again, we should be expecting Neptune to go for those aggressive contact-based plays with only having Dazzle on Sky and Neptune on Breach.
Yeah, and I'm genuinely curious how this is going to kind of come out, because we're seeing a lot more Breach gameplay on Haven, which, to be honest with you, I was not really expecting a Breach to be the one who kind of comes out. I've seen some teams run Breach before, but for Breach to be such a staple, it just says to me that there's a lot more aggression that wants to come into here. You want to see those fault lines be used a little bit more often, and using that Aftershock to make sure that you're completely zoning out areas. There's a lot of utility that Breach brings in to play that explosive style of gameplay.
Yeah, and I really think Neptune's use of the Breach in that last series was really different from the majority of the breaches that we would see. It started off in the rounds about the same. Early fault line about where you think the aggression's going to be coming in from. But it was more so once actually getting onto the site, especially for the attacking side. Neptune swapped things up quite a bit by using very last minute, I would say panicky, ultimates, but the Rolling Thunder found a lot of impact, just shoving people away at the very last second for their defensive retakes. So I'm expecting to see a lot of liberal usage when it comes to the Rolling Thunders, but they should be pretty guaranteed rounds for the attack here.
And let's see how this attack is going to be playing out. Neptune's money crew now looking down the gun barrel, going to go push onto this A site by the looks of things. And what's interesting here is we might have that fault line shine on the defense. YFP, Shonk specifically, is going to have this one nice and queued up. As soon as it goes, the fault line flies forwards, and this crew is moving forwards, and it's going to be met up against 5. It's an absolute slaughter. Alexander with the ace to start things off. That round was over in 5 seconds.
Okay. Sure. All right, pop off. Yeah, Alexander, congrats. You've won. I mean,
analyze that, Keg.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think there is some things to take away from that. The early Nebula came down, did spell to the YFP, like, okay, this will be an attack. That Nebula was actually really strong because pushing whether, you know, if there was a defensive presence inside of long, that Nebula going up would mean that no one could watch the cross. But again, it was a big tell that Alexander knew to hold on and be prepped up and ready for that contact play. Big question is for Neptune. How much does that affect their mental? Will it be good going to the next few rounds? Can they just shake it off? I would say yes, but Icy already with the first 2 opening picks, and only now the first kill at all from Neptune being achieved by Dazzle and Gov have turned the tides of the second round a lot.
Yeah, this almost feels like we're watching a UFC match. Both of these teams just kind of going blow for blow. They're just running at each other and trying to find kills, almost like this is a death match. And now, Neptune, they still haven't planted the spike. They just move forwards instead. It's a trade, and now we're down to a 1v1 scenario here. Alexander up against Neptune, the namesake of the money crew. As Neptune goes through the reload, we'll have enough time to get that SMG online, and Neptune shuts that one down. Okay, I'm going to call it right now. I think that these are going to be incredibly fast rounds.
Yeah, you know what? I think they might be fast rounds too, but again, with that contact-heavy team like Neptune has, that's exactly what you want. You're looking to provide little time, little space for YFP to maneuver themselves and come up with these mid-round plays. The sooner you are to get on site, the sooner you have full control of the round. And that's what Neptune's money crew is opting to do here almost every single round. I would be shocked to see a slow round come out from this team unless someone like Alexander brings out the op. But instead, it's a bit of a broken buy. Alexander now with the Blade Storm is able to keep up to par with the rest of the Vandal uses. But Maribo's already started things up.
Oh, I see. Goes for the cheeky reload, and Governor actually caught in the gravity well. Can't do much there. Dazzle at least ready to trade that one back and picks up the spike. As we do see Neptune's money crew, they are able to take this C site. They fake the plant for a second, but they'll go in for it as soon as they know that it is going to be clear. It's going to be 4v3 here for YFP. It's going to be a good flash around the corner. Neptune at least able to get a trade off of that one as Alexander lurks in the back line, has this Blade Storm ready to go. These knives primed to fly through. Dazzle once again with that stinger, making it meta once again, but does get taken down finally as Alexander falls down to 24 HP. Now it's all up to Shot Up to come into here, but this is where that breach utility comes in clutch. And just like that, YFP, they drop one round, but they swing right back and get that second.
Yeah, these have been really critical rounds for both teams thus far. YFP now gaining that second one, still retaining some guns in the process too, is gonna be great for the late game late game economy. But both these rounds have ended all 3 of these rounds have ended so unbelievably close to Mark that it makes things difficult for YFP to really gain that economic advantage. And with these rounds gonna be concluding so fast, probably can't expect to see a ton of utility coming down in these early rounds. Still no presence of the operator just yet. Almost full rifles for both of these teams, both taking heavy losses as we have a Sheriff and a Stinger in the process too for Governor and Adder. Changing up that tempo slowly.
It's good. Get that Hunter's Fury online. Excellent coverage from Alexander to make sure that that orb can be secured without much damage inflicted. Dazzle could be moving up here. Killjoy utility just on the other side. Nebula is going to go up and the alarm bot gets shot down. It's all a fake though, as we do see Neptune's Money Crew, they got themselves set up to potentially hit the C site. They're now going for that 3-2 split. Could be the Trailblazer to start things off, as Governor is going to be caught up in a little bit of utility. Dashes right through the Nanoswarm as Rebo is going to be stunned up, but is able to stay alive throughout all of it. And this could be dangerous if it goes unchecked. Governor, though, spots them out, so at least the information is known, but Neptune is looking the wrong way. And Temperature's still able to secure that kill. It's down to this 3v3 scenario. They force their way through. Neptune's Money Crew will at least get the spike down, but now Alexander in a 1v2 scenario.
Spike planted.
Alexander was all set up for the Blade Storm last round, helping secure the clutch. The 1v2 is out though, right by Logs, brings it to a 1v1.
Alexander now taking a little bit of space into garage. Timing has to be perfect here. If that goes, no drop sounds given. Always make sure to take your steps. Shot up, looking in spawn, has an inkling of what's going on, but walks right into the crosshairs of Alexander, and that is why you practice your crosshair placement, ladies and gentlemen. YFP, they take their third round.
Props to YFP in that engagement. They had roughly the same even numbers, but lesser weapons in that final excursion. But Alexander, in that 2v1, was able to divide out the remains of Neptune's Money Crew into 1v1s. When you're in a 2v1 like that, you cannot let your duelist, or the enemy team duelist, go run free and not have that secondary angle to be held. You have to go for those swings in those trades. Alexander is now 10-1.
Unbelievable.
Now 5 rounds into the grand finals. He's been unstoppable. And this is another broken buy from Neptune's Money Crew. They're going to force sack down C. They had the pinch maneuver inside a garage for the early contact, that early distraction.
Governor
But this is a
goes
desperate
in.
move to gain space.
Unfortunately, all those knives get lost. Now, Governor just kind of with this Marshall in hand. They're playing close quarters combat. Thankfully, they do have stingers, but it doesn't matter. YFP are able to come out on top of that one. 4v3 now, the spike looking to get planted. Still in a very precarious situation. Shonk almost misses that one, which would have been a tragedy and a half, but Adder able to at least take out Temperature. Now Adder, the last person alive. The information of where these remaining agents are. They're playing merry-go-round on this C site. Adder at least able to get one, but finally does get shut down. And look at this, YFP now find themselves up 4-1.
Yeah, huge shutdown again from YFP, reading into the fact that Neptune would try to opt their way into pushing aggressively into C site yet again. Thing is, though, YFP, they had the read, but they still lost a lot of bodies in the process.
Placing swarm grenade.
They only kept up with 2. Their buys won't be affected nearly as much this round, but there is a Rolling Thunder and Cosmic Divide that Neptune's Money Crew can use to alter the course of the round. A-site isn't something we've seen since the beginning pistol round. And Alexander got that early ace. Half of the kills in his possession. And they're going to attempt to go for A again. Alexander ready at the bottom of sewers.
Spraying through the smoke. We've seen so many kills up until now, just through smokes. On top of that too, that's why you bring a Sova here to get that information. Governor is at least going to be scouted out, but look at that. Temperature actually taking a little bit of damage through that smokes as well. Now Governor watching, waiting for them to move around, but the Nebula is going to be activated. As Neptune's Money Crew, they slow things down, but this 3-man defense pushing out from YFP might catch a couple of people off guard. The duels are going to happen. Neptune able to find their counterpart onto that breach, as Governor finds Alexander as well. Temperature is able to pick up one, but needs to get a little bit more. Is going to back off as an Aftershock gets dropped instead. Temperature, though, re-peaks it and loses his life as a result. Now, down to this 3v2 scenario. 2 ultimates online for YFP. I wouldn't count them out just quite yet, but we do need to see Neptune's Money Crew make their way onto a site.
YFP choosing to now scale away from A-site back up in the garage. They have no idea where the remaining 2 of Neptune's Money Crew are. I'm sorry, of YFP are. And look at this Icy. Dialed so far back in the C-long. Perfect for the post-plant. The alarm bots and nanoswarms are open, but they don't do much. Icy falls, and now a 1v3. Rebo's the last one left. It's doable with the Cosmic Divide. But there's not too many entrances left for them to achieve. Destroying that turret's gonna be the lock and shut case for the round, already discovered.
Yeah.
All Rebo can do now is look for exits.
Exactly. Rebo can't win this one, but can potentially punish the economy of Neptune's Money Crew a little bit more, but Adder makes sure that isn't going to be the case. It's Neptune's Money Crew. That's important that they keep those 3 members alive. their economy isn't looking fantastic, and that's going to secure, at least moving into this next round, that they will have enough money to get all the utility that they need, as well as rifles and hopefully large shields. But we do see a couple of half shields coming in. Doesn't matter, the YFP on a very scattered by themselves, despite the fact that 3 rifles are. It's a Stinger and a Sheriff.
Luckily though, Alexander, let's say assuming he gets 1 kill this round, he could farm up orbs and give the Vandal to somebody else and use Bladestorm. So there are options here, but it really comes down to the pacing of this round. It's an incredibly broken buy. And the pacing itself from Neptune isn't really something we got to see in the previous matchups. It's slow and tempered. And Alexander already discovered forced a tailwind away, the only defense for A site too. Instead, we're looking at a desperate attempt to push into B site, but nanoswarms and turrets have already been read into. But instead, they destroy the utility and they go for the plant on B. Cosmic Divide goes down, trapping everyone in Neptune directly in B site.
Ooh, Hunter's Fury gonna be used, but after that, 2 lockdowns come in, just pushing everybody back. Alexander, the timing on that was absolutely terrible. Thankfully, the team was there, but Shot Up still clutches up yet again. And just like that, the lockdowns will expire. Rebo into this 1v3 scenario yet again. Looking to get something, but Neptune shuts it down. And wow, that was a round. That was an interesting one.
Yeah, a lot of these mid-round adjustments are going to be wild to me, but I love how YFP are just standing their ground. They haven't overly rotated. They're still looking for those contact angles, knowing full well Neptune have to come to them. But the big question right now, besides the economy, which we've been harping so much about, is when are those timeouts going to be coming out? Because this is a close series. The YFP have managed to stay 1 step ahead, even with the lesser buy this round. Alexander popping off this game doesn't mean it's going to be a faraway win either. This could be anyone's round.
And I love this aggression coming in from Neptune's Money Crew. We talked about it last match, but they look so good when they just go fast with it. Regardless of the YFP, they're going fast with it as well. I see looping around, able to drop Adder. That's going to be 1 rifle into their hands. Alexander tries to get the Marshall shot off here, but Governor, not afraid, will not back down at all. Finds 2 kills. Icy, though, gets a 3K and now has a rifle, and suddenly we're down to a 1v2 scenario. Neptune's Money Crew, they have to play conservatively here. They got to wait down that clock, because if they allow these 1v1s to happen, it's all going to fall apart. A Gravity Well coming in, but an excellent dual swing just around the corner as Dazzle finds that headshot. Neptune's Money Crew tie things up.
I mean, it was only 4 rounds ago. Alexander was stuck in the same exact position and found the isolated 1v1s to take both of the remaining members of Neptune down. A quick correction from Neptune forces now the timeout to come underway. Now, Mark, I think we should do some role-playing real quick. So, when it comes to picking and banning maps, sometimes it can take a little while. Sometimes it can take a little slow. I'd like to read out the pick and bans, paraphrasing some of it between Rebo and Dazzle. So
Sure.
I'd like to play the role of Rebo, if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah,
Would you like
that's
to be
okay.
Dazzle?
Sure,
Okay.
yeah. I can dazzle it up.
This is in all caps, by the way. Hello, Mr. Dazzle! How are you today, Dr. Dashing?
Yo, ban Lotus.
Thank you, Dr. Dashing! Your medicine has been administered. Now, as the patient in this conversation, I will ban Pearl.
Pick Haven.
Thank you, Doctor. We shall prescribe defense for Haven as YFP's next pick. Doctor! I'm assuming it took too long for him to respond.
There's no response here. You gotta read the next line.
Oh, okay. Dazzle says CT, ban bind, and then Rebo finishes it off with, I appreciate your concern, Doctor. We will put ban split so that Ascent shall be saved. A life for a life, you could say. And that laugh is also added.
Yeah, no, that one's important. Oh, imagine hearing that inside of your Sony InZone headsets. Well, it's gonna be a duel of the Jets as we just get right back into the swing of things. Governor with the Bladestorm gets in so deep, and Alexander actually plops the Bladestorm as well, and is able to at least take Governor down. It's absolute chaos and anarchy on this A site, but suddenly down to a 1v2 scenario. Icy looking to move through, walks right through the Nano Swarm, completely unchecked. Adder goes to the swing around the corner there, but Shot Up just gets it through the box. All crazy accents aside, that one happened fast.
Wow, I Shot Up has just been this great clutch factor for Neptune through all the series that you and I have covered today. That's the second round we've seen a pure Shot Up clutch factor. The last round before this, before the attack timeout, Gravity Ball came down, easy swing from him and Dazzle. And again, the same exact clutch factor comes out again. And YFE had just gone for a timeout, now have lost the last 4 rounds in a row. They had their full rifles this time though. Whatever changes that needed to be made should be coming out this round.
Rebo, just keeping B at bay. The Neptune's Money Crew, they're playing backwards this time. They look for that opening pick. They know that Alexander's starting to get a little bit too aggressive and are ready for that punish. Now they're queuing up. Icy just on the other side here. Has to be careful. The Trailblazer is activated. The information is known. Icy goes for the spray, but not going to secure the kill this time around as Adder tries to spray it right back. Rebo, though, from the back line is actually able to get one, and now looking for the classic kill. Dazzle is able to shut that one down, but this time, instead of actual anarchy on this A site, it's actual anarchy on mid. The Seekers are going to be caught as well. Shonk can't quite find it. Neptune's Money Crew, in a brawl in mid, are able to win it out.
And it was such a back and forth in the first few seconds of that round. YFP, they went for a gigantic crunch around Neptune. They called perfectly that mid would be the point of contention that round, and with that crunch maneuver, I was expecting to see so much more, less of a push from Neptune, but not everyone was in mid at the time. And so YFP, they started losing numbers. Gunfights everywhere. Like you said, these rounds can be very, very quick, and just mostly gunfight heavy. And Neptune, with all those different players cycling in and out of challengers, again, they've had that experience. They're good for the half. And now their goal is to make sure YFP cannot make up the numbers lost and go 6-6 for the half instead. Neptune are hoping for the best to get as many rounds as they can. 8-4 swapping over to the defense would be scary to see.
Absolutely, and Neptune's Money Crew, you know, they're expecting YFP to play aggressively again this time. Governor goes for the swing just around the side. Rebo does get at least one bullet in, but this is the Governor we would expect. The rotations are coming around already. Alexander is looking down sewers, but not able to really find Adder just quite yet. The timing might be good as the swing goes. Never mind, Adder actually able to find Alexander's head. And now, that's going to be Neptune's Money Crew rolling their way in onto this A site, planting that spike down. But look at this. They're already getting so deep in it. You don't expect Dazzle to be right there as Shonk is going to be going down. Guiding Light just for a little bit more information. And once again, Icy up against the world. We've seen this situation so many times before, but this time it's a 1v5. The flash is going to be good, and Neptune secures the kill. Neptune's Money Crew up 7-4.
Yeah, big thing to look here before we reset is, look at where all the defenders had died. No availability for trades whatsoever. All these singular holds coming out from the team. There was a stack up on A site at the beginning of the round, but soon broke apart as everyone was being forced into these gunfights without much of availability to help out. And Neptune's Money Gang, ever since they had their own loss streak, they've come back flawlessly with 6 rounds in a row. And keep in mind too, YFP, they're the team coming into the grand finals with a larger round differential at 87. With Neptune's Money Gang not too far behind at 61 overall for the tournament, they're making those numbers up quite quickly.
Good Nebula here. Allows YFP to take a little bit more space. Keep in mind which ultimates are going to be available. Neptune actually just dumping the operator away. Doesn't even want to give that tool up to anybody else. There is going to be a Vandal, so they will have that at their disposal. But this is the last round and a half. All of these ultimates should be coming out.
Yeah, that Rolling Thunder needs to be the saving grace again for Neptune to secure themselves at 8th. Like you mentioned, the Hunter's Fury already coming down prematurely. Still good to eliminate Governor. You've lost your flashes. You've lost your entry points. All you have now for flashes is Breach, and he has the Rolling Thunder. B-side has to be the way to go. 3 less bodies, close quarters, the only opportunity to even up the odds here. But B's a fake. No, it's not. Instead, the plant goes down on the bare corner. The scaling's there for return.
Such an interesting position. The lockdown also too forces Neptune's Money Crew completely off site, but Cosmic Divide is going to meet that one back. Shot up though, able to at least shut one down. They have to be careful of Alexander standing on top, but Alexander able to find 2 kills. Suddenly, it's all up to 1, and Neptune, the namesake, tries to make it happen, but YFP, they will find this defuse, and so it will be 7-5 as we swap sides.
Yeah, really good call early on to start expanding those ults from YFP's side. I love the Hunter's Fury coming out from Temp. Took down Governor so early. Now, I'm not sure if he had any info relatively where Gov was, but it looked like he was fairly isolated. And the Hunter's Fury still connected and took down the Jet. It's plays like that can be an absolute tumbleweed of a time for both these teams. 5-7, certainly competitive for both as we swap sides here. Now, Neptune, again, they don't have as much info as YFP does, so, again, I'm expecting to see much more aggressive pistol rounds coming out, and pretty much all rounds to come out from Neptune. But YFP might take this time to play a much slower game than we've seen.
I imagine that might be the case, but let's see how they want to do this, because last time we saw them matching the pace that Core was setting. This time around, it looks like YFP are kind of going yeehaw and charging their way in on top of all their horses and everything. I don't know why a cowboy reference just came to mind, but it doesn't matter. YFP...
There's plenty of cowboys in Illinois.
Yeah, you know, that totally makes sense. But now, they are going to be moving fairly quickly, just as predicted, as the Neptune's Money Crew should be aware of this information, so they make those rotations fast. Now the question is this going to be YFP committing?
No, not for A site, and with the Lurker down, I think C might be the way to go. Now, keep in mind, YFP, I'm sure they're a little nervous, probably, after what happened last pistol round. Now, if you don't remember the last pistol round, it's okay. We've had maybe 18 of them in the last 30 seconds or so, where Alexander got that fast ace, one by one, mowing down YFP. And so I like this recall back over to C-Site. This turret will give away the entire plot. The rotate immediately called, and Adder's pressured on C.
Yep, the dash going in onto site. An excellent little flash. Adder still hanging out in the back there. Alexander able to find the headshot. Alexander takes out Neptune as well. They're going to be trying to come in on this retake to pressure down that spike, but I don't think it matters. YFP on the pistols looking so clean with it. Dazzle goes in for the swing, does get traded out, and so much overwhelming pressure. YFP, they take the pistol round and look to tie things up on the next.
I was fully expecting Alexander to get another ace. Absolutely. I mean, he got a 3K. That came pretty close. Just the two former EG players dueling up with each other there for C-Site. Old habits never break. Now, we have to wonder what's going to happen with these early buys. We talked so much about the economy in the first half, and while it didn't have as big of an impact as it did in the core matchup, Neptune's Money Gang, they're only good for one round. They don't have much of a buffer room.
Ooh, Alexander finds the kill onto Dazzle, and that's extremely important. The Marshal is going to be rescued, though, so at least Neptune will have that to try again. Now, we see Neptune's Money Crew on this offense trying to be a little bit more aggressive with it. The Swarm Grenade is going to be activated pretty early on here, but quite frankly, they're doing a good job at keeping YFP at bay. YFP have not really found any ground, despite the fact that they do have much better weapons coming into this round.
Yeah, remember too, this was a big struggle that Core had up against Neptune's Money Gang as well. They would find the first opposition, back away, and try to think of a mid-round call. Cut for noise, cut for time, go for these big elaborate rotates. Neptune's Money Gang very rarely lost those. With a 3-stack inside of C-Site 2, that turret again. It's gonna be the make or break factor. It's already activated, destroyed Shorb. But look at who's nearby. It's the immediate recall back to C-Site for Neptune.
Such a good read. Shot gonna be dumped into the back of the site here, but look at this. Governor finds two. Sean finally trades that one back. Rebo just walking in, doing a little bit of a drive-by into Shot Up's face. And even though it was a valiant effort, Neptune, now the last remaining member, has to go up against 3. Does have this Marshal in hand. Could make it work, but Rebo shuts that opportunity down. We're all tied up, Keg.
Absolutely, and you're completely right. We're seeing a lot of glimpses of YFP looking unsure about how to proceed with the round when their initial push doesn't work out. We've seen a lot of starts for A, but most of the time they're false starts. Alexander found the opening pick, and there was no map space taking over because of it. I did like what Rebo did there. That mini flank inside of Garage was pivotal for YFP's success. But I think all eyes right now should be on Alexander. Over the opening pick, a recall back with a dash. That can't keep happening. He's gonna get right into.
Whoa.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
There you go. You called that one. You saw exactly what was gonna happen.
But look at this, though. There won't be much of a change for YFP. Whether or not Alexander got that opening pick, it's still a slow crawl over to A site, and it just allows more time for Neptune's money game to set up. Governor's already ready for the next strike. He's good for one, but Shonk is there for the trade.
Yep, and they're also able to pick up that Vandal as well. That's huge. Gives them another opportunity to maybe crack one of these sites open. Now they're going to be moving around here, but look at the C rotation. It's going to be coming out, and they're going to be walking head first into Icy's utility. Specifically that alarm bot. The alarm bot is going to be going out. Dazzle appropriately does back off here. And here we go. It's going to be the overgrowth to make sure that the health is nice and good. As YFP make their move, they're running in onto Garage. They do have a rifle. Rebo good with the headshot onto Adder. And now the call is being made. The fault line goes in, is able to get a stun onto Rebo. But Neptune and Shot have made their way onto site.
Dazzle's hiding behind that green box, allowing the first contact to come by. Perfect follow-up. Strafe shot comes out from Dazzle. And Neptune Money Crew just barely holding on, keeping that lead. And all of it again just starts with a shutdown from their defense. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout come out in the next few rounds from YFP. They're struggling.
I would be very curious to see whether or not that timeout does happen, because, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Some of these rounds, they look like they should be YFP victories, but somehow Neptune's Money Crew, one of their members just in the right place at the right time, are able to shut that one down, but not quite any timeout just yet. Governor now popping the Blade Storm, getting a little bit more aggressive. Gonna be met with the aggressive Blade Storm from Alexander. And Neptune's Money Crew, they're on a half buy coming into this one, so their economy is not looking that great either.
Oh, YFP tried the fake C site. Worked out. Neptune's Money Crew rotated almost fully over to C, except for one. That's Governor holding with that up. Holding that angle. So much resources being depleted outside of B main, and yet no space being created by YFP yet again. They're gonna try to re-exec back over to C site. But that flashpoint from Neptune certainly ready after any sounds.
Ooh, Shonk shuts Governor down. Neptune, though, trades it back onto Temperature. So even trades across the board, but given the fact that Alexander is still alive for YFP, has to be a little bit scary for Neptune's Money Crew. Now, they're going to be walking through. Dazzle just on the other side of these boxes, waiting for them to go around here. Catches the back of Shonk, but Shonk 180s and finds the headshot onto Dazzle. And now Rebo will be able to get the plant. It's going to be a Rolling Thunder coming in, as well as Alexander expends all of the knives. Now only has a classic, but Cosmic Divide coming in. It seems like they're dumping everything they have into this round. This is YFP playing for keeps.
YFP absolutely needs this round, but one factor unaccounted for is Adder. A push up there, takes down Shonk. No more flashes. Luckily, the trade is out. Rebo on a heater right now, nearly good for 3. YFP, they tie up the series again.
Oh my goodness me. Adder could have come up absolutely massive. Only found one pick there, but the fact that that flank came through, if it was coordinated perfectly, it could have been moments of disaster for YFP. Regardless, though, Keg, they're able to tie things up, and now it's going to be Neptune's Money Crew on a little bit of a save.
Alexander is 19 and 10 right now, a near 2.0 KD. One thing that we haven't seen a whole lot of yet has been the operator play. Alexander's been making work with the knives and the Vandal. Why swap off, especially for the attack? But Governor, I gotta say, I'm a little surprised. Then again, the money hasn't been looking great for Neptune's Money Crew for a little bit. This Sheriff, though, might be able to give a little bit more cheese into their pockets, though. Nebula's come out, and yet with the Cloudburst in the way, the call's been made once again for YFP to go for this grandiose re-lurk, re-exec somewhere else. And this has been a consistent factor for them to win these rounds. Neptune's Money Crew, for the most part, haven't caught on, but Adder on the other side, playing such an aggressive angle, nearly found one.
That would have been good. Even if it was just one, that would have allowed for, you know, a lot of that Killjoy utility to just be cut off, especially too when you know that Neptune's Money Crew might be playing for a little bit more retake. They got to make sure that Killjoy stuff is not available. It just makes things so hard. Trailblazer are going to be activated, but meanwhile, YFP, they're kind of doing the whole stacked thing at the wedding dance. You know what I'm talking about? Great little plot line there, coming in, stalling up the crew, but Neptune just
running away.
In all of the flashes. Governor on the flank finds the headshot onto Rebo. Now is going to be backing off with the information that everybody is here. And look at this, they're running in, they're going to go B.
And they're not going to check all their corners because there's only 20 seconds left. Even less time now. Shut up. Playing this rat corner. Good
Wow.
for at least one, but think about Governor in the back. Still good for yet another one. A YFP dominant round shut down by a thrifty Neptune's money crew.
One enemy
The
remaining.
1v1's now Drew
The
out.
time.
A full 1v1, but you're right. The spike, there was no time. Just off by milliseconds. What a great call by Governor.
Just let
And a
them ride.
perplexing call to rotate out of A site.
Need a drop.
YFP, they had the numbers advantage. Not that they could have known, but there was only one member of the defense holding A site. YFP backed out from a 1v4.
That's so difficult for YFP to have to deal with into this next round. I mean, one of the things too with like something I really want to commend Neptune's Money Crew for is the fact that they are really good at controlling the map. You will constantly see these flanks getting set up, they're pushing out, getting a lot of information and stuff like that. And as a result, that's how come some of those plays, like from Governor, can happen. You know, you just assume that it's safe, but it isn't gonna be safe because Governor is just on the other side and finds one, repeats it. The level of aggression coming in is unbelievable from this Jet player with this operator, but makes that one work as already YFP are down 2.
How is Governor not on a partnership team? You could say that about pretty much everybody in this server, but there's just no way with that op. I have never seen such a greedy kill work out so well for somebody. And YFP, they've lost a lot of the backbone of their team. They've made their way onto A site. But Icy has to scale up. Just try to do whatever they can to take those fights, get at least some numbers down. But all that's left for the post plants
Spike
too.
planted.
It's gonna be utility. Guiding light gonna be the first thing that goes through. Governor though now has a phantom instead of that operator as Dizzy is the one trying to get a couple of shots there. Dazzle looking for it, not able to find anything just quite yet as Adder comes in from behind. They take the map space so darn well. Neptune's Money Crew only lose one as they come in and get that spike defuse. It's now 10-8.
You couldn't ask for a better round from Neptune's Money Crew. I'm sure the adrenaline's still pumping for that one thrifty round. It's gotta be. And now, Neptune, they're on double digits. Governor again retains that operator control. We see how dominant can be. I love the decision making of going for the safer pick first. Governor would have not known about Rebo's presence, still aimed there just in case. But good decision making not to double up and overextend there. And now YFP, they have to be a lot more careful with their external control. Their lurks can't lurk nearly as much if Governor can just hold that solo position so far up. And he might try to do it again.
Oh, I mean, you gotta do it again. It worked out so well last time. And this is the one thing that Corner really had to respect Governor on. That operator play, even at close quarters, is just as deadly. Smartly, YFP, they changed their focus. They're moving in on this A site this time and use a little bit of utility to figure out what the heck is going on, but it's gonna be a 5-man send onto A.
This makes me nervous. No matter what YFP does right now, they're gonna have a hard time getting that spike into the ground. Rolling Thunder, the lockdown, even a Cosmic Divide from across the map could be good. And YFP, they're not quite known for going head-on into a site. So I was expecting them to rotate out, but here's the thing. You might not have to worry about that Rolling Thunder anymore. But Governor just got a crazy double kill last round. And so you don't want to exact on to C side either. KJ surely on B then. They have no choice but to go back directly into the belly of the beast, quite literally with that Rolling Thunder.
Oh. Alexander gets shot down immediately. The fault line is going to be good as well to make that entry a lot more slow. Look at this time. YFP, they're sending 2 people to watch the flank, given how it's come to disaster multiple times before. But Neptune's Money Crew, 4 ultimates of their own online as they get set up to move in onto this site yet again. Now, it's going to start with this lockdown Rolling Thunder to match, and we're actually going to be seeing, okay, Hunter's Fury going to be coming in to shut down that lockdown. Doesn't matter though, Governor with the Bladestorm is looking for heads, will find Shanks, finds the body of Rebo, now going in for the right click onto Icy. Unbelievable plays, and now it's all up to Temperature. Temperature is able to shut down Governor, but now has to walk through this Cosmic Divide if they want to stop that defuse. Doesn't matter, not enough time, and Dazzle swings out. Neptune's Money Crew up 11-8. In this round.
Good God, what a mess of a round there. Just so many ults coming out at once. No one had good positioning. They couldn't. They were hit by Rolling Thunder. They were hit by Cosmic Divides. Pretty much every ultimate you can think of that could be used on this map was. And out of all of them, the one I would say that found the most impact, of course, was that Rolling Thunder coming out from Neptune. But it just enabled Governor to go for the Blade Storm. Just popping off left and right, taking the most advantage of the confusion happening in the post plant there. I like this setup though from YFP. They're trying to delay that 12 mark for Neptune's money crew. They don't want that to happen. A fast push on the B site, close quarters yet again. They had the Rolling Thunder for the post plant. It covers the entirety of the site. All they need to do now is get that spike into the ground, and Shop is there for the external sources. Looking for those pop fires. And this Trailblazer mark should be able to tell the entire story of what to expect for the defense.
Oh, look at this. Shonk might use the Rolling Thunder in a different direction completely, depending on the information that is given. Now, Governor is going to tap that defuse, so the Rolling Thunder is going to get utilized here. Quite a bit going to be dumped into this one, as Shottab is actually able to find Alexander. Now, though, that is going to be the lockdown available. Oh, an unconventional shot missed from Governor. They have to knock down that Killjoy. Never mind, they actually just stick the defuse. Doesn't matter if you are detained, that will get Neptune's money crew all the way to match point, or sorry, map point, and Governor still alive is able to keep the operator as well.
I mean, it was a good idea from YFP. They just couldn't get that space back onto the site. They let go of it completely, relying solely on Shonk's Rolling Thunder to capture everybody from Neptune's money crew. As soon as that ult came down, Alexander tried to aggress inside of Garage, but the one player not affected by it, Shottab, was good for that opening pick, and that was so instrumental to allow Neptune to retake more aggressively onto the site. The possible final round for map number 1's out. Hit by the fault line immediately, though. Neptune not starting off on a good foot. Alexander's looking great right now, but he just needs to secure Neptune to get that lead fully secure.
Oh, the aggression. Alexander definitely trying to match what recently we've been seeing out of the Jet player for Neptune's money crew. Now, that is going to be the site. Rebo going to get the plant. That one happened in a flash. Neptune's money crew, they're going to be on 3v5 on this retake. I wonder if they decide to try and re-engage, or if they just wait it out and, well, look for exits.
It looked like at first Governor was opting to save, but it looks like everybody else is looking for what seems to be exits. Yeah. Everyone's set up for this triple play on exits here. I love this. Even if it looks like Adder staring at a wall, that wall dividing out B window and A lobby is thin. You can shoot through it. It doesn't need to reveal that grand secret just yet. There's a lot of weird walls on like that on Haven that no one really knows about.
Yeah, like some of them that you would assume, oh yeah, bullets probably can't go through that. They're a lot thinner than they seem sometimes, and it's not until you see it actually get used in some sort of match or something like that that you're like, oh, wait a second, this is actually a really good thing that I should keep in mind.
I like to put myself in the shoes of somebody like usually on the defense, because most of those walls work really well as an attacker. But I like to imagine you just holding that angle, say like default plant inside B, and all of a sudden, just from below the floor, on A sewers, you just get shredded by LMG bullets. So you're like, ah, what happened?
Not like this.
And it's always from A side too. That's the most interesting part.
Yeah.
But timeout's called again from YFP. And they don't have that many rounds left to retake, honestly. The issue is, though, again, is that Alexander great about finding those opening picks, but otherwise, these retakes have not looked as good. The ultimate economy has been mostly in the favor of Neptune's money crew, extending their lead and taking back that space.
30 seconds left.
It gives me a lot of symptoms of what happened between Neptune and Core, just a big gunfight did.
I mean, honestly, like how this map started out was just purely gunplay. You know, it felt like a deathmatch. These teams just running up against each other. But as things kind of went on, I really got to commend both of these teams. They started to be a little bit more sneaky with their tactics. Governor really starting to match up against their Jet rival. I mean, look at this. The aggression that Governor has with that operator in hand is just insanity coming through. And those Blade Storms have also been extremely effective as well.
My ult's ready.
You're completely right about that. I love that one Blade Storm play that came out from God when there was just a mess of everything on A. But YFP, the strat for their attack that's worked out the best has been showing presence on a site, maybe finding an opening pick, faking a site, and then rotating back over to A. And with Governor being eliminated and soon to be shot up right away, I'm not convinced this is still a C take.
I don't know. I mean, at this point, you know, this is an excellent way to start out the round. YFP are able to secure those first couple of kills, shut down Governor, as well as the Astra. Now, the question is do they want to commit off of it? It seems like they will be. They are lining themselves up to get into that C site, but right now, Neptune's Money Crew have just kind of left that one open.
Look at this read coming out from Neptune's Money Crew. Oh, waiting for the anti-lurk in B. Every angle possible for A site. But instead of YFP, they cut noise and they push into C site. And it's all well and good. But remember, too, that there are Seekers in play from Dazzle. Or very well could come into play. That's going to be a huge info opportunity to see where YFP are hiding at the end of this round post-plant. And with all of them funneled into C long, that's a great time to re-strategize. But maybe I'm overthinking things, Mark, because I'm not seeing Neptune's Money Crew move at all. I think they're looking for saves yet again.
Yeah, it feels like it. And this makes me a little bit worried here because all they need is just one round, right? But at a certain point, if you keep on thinking, oh, okay, we only need one round, we'll just save it, go into the next one. Suddenly, YFP are in a much winnable scenario. Keep in mind, YFP are going to get themselves to 10, meaning they only need 2 more rounds before they can force out that overtime against Neptune's Money Crew. So Neptune's Money Crew, they have to come up a little bit bigger in these next rounds. It's going to be instrumental for them to be able to shut out this map.
Yeah, YFP, they have to play their heart out this next round. Neptune's Money Crew, they've been saving for the last few rounds for a reason. And what could that reason be? Ultimate Economy's looking just okay at best. Nothing to really write home about there. YFP, though, they've been building themselves up pretty healthily. And with a big change that YFP had brought out, did not go for a big grandiose rotation between the entire map. They straight up dedicated to it. They have a lot of options under the belt, and they threw Neptune's Money Crew off guard. I don't think we're going to see aggression this round from Neptune. I think they'll play it safe yet again.
Governor, a little bit wiser to that. Not going to just go in there, understanding that it's probably going to be certain death, given the amount of sprays that happens through those smokes. Now we see YFP get themselves set up. C-Site worked out really well for them last time, but it was off of the couple of kills that Temperature was able to secure just at the start of this round. Now, we do see Governor taking the duel against Alexander, but Alexander does back off. It's a little bit of a spray through the smoke. No kills found just quite yet, but now a cheeky little angle by Governor gets set up.
And that spike was almost dedicated towards A-Site too. No one's checked lobby yet. Look who's on the other side of long, it's Dazzle. Alexander's gonna go for the smokes, paying no mind. The flashpoints are out and Dazzle hides. I don't think they were discovered. Whoa. Keep in mind too, the Seekers could come out at any moment. This Trailblazer will give a wealth of info. Put the rotate back over again. Very well those Seekers could tell that it won't be a dedication to A-Site. But it's not coming out yet. It's just buying more time for YFP to push. There they are.
All right, and Hunter's Fury going to be used as well offensively to try and scout things out. At least able to get information, but look at that. Adder actually gets 2 before being sent into the grave, which is an excellent trade. Rebo, though, evens things out a little bit more. The Seeker bites him in the butt, and now Dazzle tries to make that one work, but YFP, they still come out on top of it. Now, one more round separates these teams.
I love this big macro level call that YFP is just playing slower from here on out. They found a lot of impact early on, taking these early fights and just fighting for site control. But almost every engagement we see from Neptune's Money Crew, again, ends in a 1v2, with them finding a double kill. That doesn't mean it ends the round. But it's a great way to pendulum swing the favor back into the defense. Only the Cosmic Divide to work with at the beginning of this round. A fast take, it seems, through A. But stopped by the fault line. Gigantic. Governor now allowed to reposition for the follow-up. Good for the opening pick. Alexander falls.
Now that's what you need to see at the start of the round. Neptune's Money Crew now really feeling like they should be able to get this round over with. Never mind, make sure that this map is over with, but still YFP are going to try and commit to this A site. Temperature going to use this Owl drone to get a little bit more space. Doesn't spot out Governor anymore, but Neptune's location is going to be spotted. And we see that Rebo is going to be setting up a couple of smokes in order to make sure that happens. Flashpoint going to happen here. And an Aftershock gets committed as well as Dazzle's able to get one. Shonk, though, trades that one right back. Neptune, though, still good for it. It's trades left and right and center. YFP, though, still alive in this 2v3. as Icy potentially looking to move in onto site, but Governor has this operator trained, and we know that Governor has been fantastic at hitting these shots. YFP, what's the call here? It looks like they might be backing out.
Look at Adders rotate over to C site. This is so important to keep that utility alive. YFP again. The rotation masters. Having site control for both C and B at the same exact time. YFP are going for a desperate maneuver. A final push over to B site. Held by a double cross. Shot up and dazzle. And Adderall ready. But shot up falls.
One enemy remaining.
1v1 scenario now.
Down B.
Icy up against Governor. Governor grabs a rifle, goes up onto the boxes looking for it. Oh no, looks the wrong way, and Icy wins that one out. It was a little bit of a gamble. But as soon as that information is known, then YFP, they will be taking us to overtime.
Yeah, really, really strong gamble coming out from YFP. Taking those ones individually as they approach into the site. Exactly what you were looking for. But now, Neptune's Money Crew, they have a pretty good idea about how they can play their own defense when it comes to swapping, or comes to overtime. Both teams, they need to play them out. Both different sides. Now, the best of two to win it out, bring things to map number 2. Keep in mind, this is the more conventional map of the entire series. Map number 2 is going to be Fracture.
Yeah.
Everything we've seen on Haven is going to be multiplied with the insanity even more. Look at this gamble buy, too, from Alexander. The operator down the barrel of C, and no one's going to be there.
Oh, good information given. YFP, they now know Neptune's Money Crew are going to be setting themselves up on this A-side attack. They're still going to be walking through and looking for it, though. And now, let's see how they want to make this advancement forward. Neptune's Money Crew slowly inching their way up as that spike is being left kind of behind. Of course, no flankers are being set up by YFP, so this is an excellent read. They get the A-site for free, and now Neptune's Money Crew should be able to get that spike down easily.
That turret was destroyed, though. A great indicator that a flank could be coming by soon, but that actually won't happen. It puts it in the ideas of these attackers' minds. The spike goes down, but YFP, they're ready for a 5-4 stack. Minus Alexander for this retake.
Ooh, those shock darts are extremely good to deny that plant. Neptune's Money Crew now getting themselves nice and set up, but so are YFP. They might just try and take the site by storm. Add a really smart swarm grenade, at least zone that area out here. Overgrowth's going to be used. Make sure that everyone's nice and healthy. Neptune hanging out inside. Spots out so many people. Just has to spray things down, but does only find one as Alexander gets that trade through. Now they're going to be walking in. Adder good for one. Shonk gets two. But it all works out well for Neptune's Money Crew. Somehow in the chaos of these rounds, Neptune's Money Crew always comes out on top.
Switching sides.
That's right, a great build up there. A very strange round in terms of scaling onto A site, but it worked out well for Neptune. They allowed themselves, once the call was made to YFP that the spike was being planted A site, to already have these aggressive angles against them. The Nebula on top just added the fuel to the chaos that we've been seeing. I would say for the majority of the A rounds, no matter who's attacking between these two, where it's just like, you can't see anything. There's chaos everywhere. It's anything goes. And both these top fragging jets now, 23 kills each. One of them has to break the seal and be the better one for this half. As we swap sides once again. For YFP. B-side's looking appetizing. It's what allowed them to win the round to go to overtime. But Neptune's ready.
Warmbot gets triggered. The information is given. Now shot up just in the inside of this nebula. The spray almost connected with Icy. That could have been deadly, but Dazzle's gonna find it instead. And now the retake is gonna have to happen here. Neptune's Money Crew looking on both of these sides. Shot up good for one, but Alexander trades it back. Alexander's still good for it. And YFP, they keep it nice and evened out. 2v2 scenario, suddenly down to a 1v2 scenario. And just like that, the attacking side seems to be the weapon of choice for both these teams. YFP send it to second overtime.
Switching sides.
And YFP, unwilling to give up either. Reset everything yet again. And it seems like a consistent thing now that Neptune's Money Crew, they're having a hard time retaking B-site. And now that we reset things again, of course, YFP, they go back to the defense, but let's think about the round ahead for a second. YFP, they may very well try to up back to go into attacking B-site. Could we expect maybe the next few rounds to be more B-centered for both teams defensively? Already seeing the follow-up there. That early fault line for A lobby is going to be huge for YFP. But I wonder now if Neptune, they're going to re-aggress elsewhere. They might try to go for a B-side take themselves.
Whoa.
I know, it's nerve-wracking. Oh my.
If Rebo went down, that would have been huge. All of the smoke potential for this defender is just completely gone in a flash. But, of course, this is going to be Neptune's Money Crew. They're tried and true site, A site. They know that they can win in this insanity that happens here. Still, though, they're going to try and get contested. An excellent fault line coming in, at least stalling out. One, are you kidding me? Governor goes right into the smoke and immediately gets their head found out. Shank finds yet another. It is going to be a trade coming in from Shot Up, but I don't know if this is going to be enough. Neptune's Money Crew now in a 2v4 scenario. They will be able to at least get this spike, but Keg, I don't know how they're going to retake this.
It was a scramble, too. That turret watching the spike as it was grabbed, Neptune nearly re-engages into it. And they're just not going around. YFP, I wouldn't blame them. Fully expecting Neptune's Money Crew to re-engage and not go A site, but instead C. And the rotate was called, but yet there's no appearance whatsoever. Because the KJ is dead, that means the turret won't activate anymore. The spike goes down once again. The call's been made.
Planted.
But no matter where that spike comes down, it won't change how many bodies are left alive for Neptune's Money Crew. For every one player there is for the attack, these defenders for YFP, they have 2 more.
This KJ utility is going to be so annoying. The information already known. Fault line going to be tossed in. A couple of flashpoints as well. An excellent little fault line coming in as soon as the information is given, but now it's all up to Neptune in a 1v3 scenario. Just too much pressure. The shock dart from up top will do it. It's YFP. They now take the lead. They just need to win one more offensive round, and they will claim map number 1.
And that offensive round did work out really well for YFP. It's what secured them the reset in the OT in the first place. Both times over.
They'll know what's hit them.
So the big question I have going into this, will YFP just say, whatever, forget A, forget C site, we're just gonna go B? And I feel like that's in the back of the minds of Neptune's Money Crew too. They have KJ util set up everywhere for B site. They have Garage under lockdown too. Not literally yet, but Adder themselves is a human ultimate.
That is very true. And of course, Governor going to be walking out with an operator here. The glass cannon is going to be online. Looking for something. Once again, YFP Gaming, they know that A site, a little bit too dangerous. Little, you know, maybe not worth it. So Temperature uses this owl drone, doesn't actually get the information. The fault line is going to be coming out in response, and that is going to be extremely important to at least let Adder get set up just on the other side of these doors. Meanwhile, YFP biding their time.
Speaking of a setup though, Adder's utility, besides a single nanoswarm, have all been eliminated outside of B main. The Governor reads the call. The A site's gonna be the way to go. Misses that opening shot, is forced to dial back.
Look at this. YFP, they're still playing it slow. They're all still grouped up, and they're looking to re-hit Garage. Adder doesn't quite get that information, but now hears it, and is going to be rightfully backing off, as it is going to be a gravity well, at least to slow things down. Alexander, the only one to get pinged, and now Sean goes in to try and make that one happen. Adder crispy with the headshot. Alexander going to be taken out here. An aftershock comes in response. Somehow Adder just sidesteps all of that. It was an excellent strafe, and is able to pick up yet another kill as well. Has to be careful though, knows that Rebo's coming around the other side, but still, somehow it all works out for Neptune's Money Squad. And now the Seekers give the information. It is going to be all stun onto Temperature as well. Killjoy bot just on the other side here, but they just have to play the time. Governor with the operator, making it work. And Neptune's Money Crew are going to force out that third overtime.
I love the way Neptune's Money Crew holds site besides B. Their mini crunches and their contact angles have shut down the entry of YFP yet again. And we saw how well and effective that can be. Adder pretty much had zero utility left besides a nanoswarm for that aggressive dash. And had to just rely on the strafe shots. Backing up, allowing Shot to take more of a contact there. Outside at C aggression. Shut down once again. It's a reset once more. 14-14, we continue on. Whoever reaches 16 first now will move on to game 2. As the dominant team in the grand finals. Great for the dash immediately. Governor. Oh no, everyone's blocked up by Nebulas.
Whoa, yep, and they walk out all at the same time. Alexander actually gonna tailwind right into somebody's back here. Oh my goodness, imagine if that shot went through. That would have been unbelievable stuff, but YFP still come out on top numbers-wise. Two of the members of oh no. Now, okay, down to only 2. The Spike is able to get away here, but I don't know how Neptune's Money Crew are gonna be able to swing this one back around to their favor.
Who's gonna win the first attacking round? That's pretty much the big question you and I should have here. All of these defense wins had just brought the OT score count higher and higher and higher and higher. All right, Temperature, what do you have for us? Full utility, a shock dart. Oh, that removes so much HP, or at least you would think. It didn't do that much to shot up. Oh, this owl drone could discover Neptune's location. Oh, he just runs into it.
Yeah, I don't think that actually saw it. I don't think that actually saw it, so now I have no idea what's going on, but that recon dart will do more than enough to give that information someone is hiding in there. Neptune's still somehow able to get 1 kill. It's a good swing around the side. Neptune in a 1v2, but just can't quite seal the deal. YFP, they take the lead once again. One more round for them to potentially win out map number 1.
I feel like we're going through deja vu right now. We were just here 5 minutes ago. These rounds are going by so quick. True, you're right. It's been the same exact scenario over and over again. Governor's gonna go for the glass buy up. Not hiding inside of A this time. Maybe the aggressive push up towards C. Those look like the most dominant Governor rounds that at least started off in the early game. Otherwise, I'm curious to see when those Blade Swarms might try to return. If they can in OT. At least everyone's getting a fair amount of numbers up here. But Governor's gonna be playing B-side instead. Very aggressive.
Whoa. Able to escape thanks to a little bit of utility here, and I actually like this readaptation. You know, put that operator on that B site. You know that YFP love moving in there, so this is a good way to at least shut down that momentum. Regardless, though, Alexander has already made their way into Garage. Now looking for it. Gets contact onto the bot here. As Dazzle uses the Trailblazer. Really good information gathering being done by Neptune's Money Crew to at least try and put an understanding together as to where the team might be hitting.
With Temperature gone too, that means you have lack of hard info that can be gained. It's a slow crawl inward, and Shot Up has the perfect angle. Guiding Light. Inadvertently saving YFP's life, but they still choose to push up. But after meeting contact from Shot Up, they dial it back again. And Dazzle, in the words of the great Sierra Dawn, 2 ships in the night just barely passing each other. A great instinct read to go back into heaven.
Man. This is going to be 5v4. This is going to be bonkers here. Okay, I'm excited for this one. Neptune's Money Crew getting themselves ready to move in onto this site. All the utility for the attackers has been set up as well. Excellent combo utility. Governor can't get out. And just like that, it's all even out. 4v4. And are going to be walking in here. Gravity Well going to be good, but it doesn't matter. The kills are coming through for Neptune's Money Crew. And suddenly it's a 1v3 scenario. Rebo evens it out. Rebo makes it into a 1v1. And just like that, Dazzle drops down, and Dazzle's able to find the kill. Neptune's Money Crew barely able to stay alive in this one, but it'll count nonetheless as we now move into our 4th overtime.
I do gotta say, these rounds are getting closer and closer. The last time we had that reset, it was a 2v1. This time around, it was a 1v1. So it is getting a little bit more connected and closer down to the wire, as, again, like you said, many OTs in now. And something we don't get to see too often is an overtime tactical timeout here. I like this play from YFP. I mean, you have it, you might as well use it, right?
Yeah.
And all these defense rounds for both teams seemingly are, like, aces in the hole for them. I think this timeout's more so, what is YFP gonna do for their attacking side? What can they possibly do differently to outsmart Neptune's Money Crew?
I mean, that's going to be the question, but at the same time, I think that a mental reset is going to be just as important because, you know, both of these teams, like you said, it's starting to wear on them a little bit more. They're getting closer and closer every single round, despite the fact that earlier these were very convincing rounds, one side or another. And so this might just be a good opportunity to take that mental reset, calm down a second before you get into this next set of OT to potentially keep your heads afloat. And on top of that too, just strategize a little bit so that you know you've got a game plan to execute on.
One enemy.
Yeah, and keep in mind too, we are in OT. Means guaranteed rifles for everybody. So whatever's cooking up in that tac call, that's gonna happen for both sides. Alexander's gonna go for the glass cannon operator once again. Has been able to find a little bit more success, I would say, in this matchup with the op specifically over Gov. But both of these players bringing out that glass cannon op. It's a dangerous maneuver, especially for the attack. But it's got to become worthwhile. The smokes disappear before anybody on Neptune can cross over fully.
Oh, Alexander misses that first shot, sees the shoulder, but can't quite connect it. So now they know where that operator is, and that's going to be extremely important for Neptune's money crew to win out this attack. They're second guessing it though. They're not sure whether or not they want to move forwards. Of course, an op going to be dueling an op. Rebo though is able to at least find the Astra. That's going to make things a lot more difficult for Neptune's money crew to be able to move on to one of these sites.
I love this play from YFP. They're all playing together. They're huddled up like a little troop. Oh no, but the platoon is separating out. It was so fantastical. They would have had guaranteed trades. And B-side might be the way to go. This might be the best case scenario for YFP. Alarm bot, nanoswarms, anything for plant denial with 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
That's what's important here. And we get to see now all the utility coming through. Actually, Neptune's money crew, they're not interested in planting. They're interested in going for kills. They're wrapping around now, potentially going on to A. Never mind, the spike will go down. Riding light going to be activated there, but look at that. Alexander knows where Governor probably is going to be. Once again, the defenders, they win it. YFP at match point yet again.
But the thing to consider, though, is that while that's a great round win from YFP, it's nothing earth-shattering. Every single one of these teams have been winning their defensive rounds. Only, I believe, one round have we actually seen a team win the attack in OT, and I think that went to YFP. And they have to make that magic happen again. They have to find success this round if they want to go to Fracture. Or, for yet another time, Marks, we could have a reset.
This is finals for a reason, Keg, so it kind of makes sense why we're hitting all these overtimes.
True.
All right, let's take a look at how this attack is going to be working this time for YFP.
You're completely right. YFP's defense was interesting. They all huddled together and played as a symbiotic group. This time for their attack, they are staying very closely knit to each other. They don't want to give up any bodies if they don't have to. Governor's already fallen. That's a huge layout for YFP. It's going to make the defenses of A-side even more weak. But even though they got the opening pick, YFP are not taking that inch and turning it into a mile. They're biding their time and allowing that util to be wasted down from Neptune's side.
And keep in mind too, a lot of this utility that's being utilized by YFP is the stuff that is on cooldown. So give it another 30 seconds, it'll be back online for another hit wherever they want to go. And this is something very characteristic about their attacks. The nanoswarms, perfectly tossed actually to clear out some of these corners, but it is going to be met with more nanoswarms to slow down this advancement forwards. And now YFP are second guessing themselves just for a second whether or not they want to move in here. Adder going to be soul anchoring the sights, as shot up spots all of them out there, and it is a little bit scary, but at least able to claim one onto Icy. An excellent little flash coming in, but still shot going in onto the side. Wow, jumping headshot, that's unbelievable. As Shot Up is able to at least trade it back. It's still chaos onto the site here. Alexander looking to get their counterpart, but Shot Up just goes for the classic just around the side. Needs help. A 2v1 scenario. Ring around the rosy as Temperature is able to find it and now has to plant this spike. No, I don't think there's enough time for that spike to get initialized. It does look like Neptune's money crew will win that round out.
The very last second. The timing install from Shot Up specifically.
Switching sides.
Paramount
Time.
for the reset now once again for OT. Just stalling, allowing that timer to go down, making sure nobody has a chance to get that spike. And here we are again. Who would have thought, Mark, that we would see another defensive round win in OT? Honestly, I've never seen it happen before. Brand new to me.
Hey, that's extremely important. I mean, both of these teams, once again, it is all evened out, so we are going to be resetting our overtime once again, as YFP are going to be the ones defending. We do see Neptune's Money Crew. You can tell they're feeling a little bit more antsy. They're just kind of sending 5 men onto this A site and trying to just overpower them with pure numbers. And let's hope that they can do that, because Rebo's coming up on this flank, and that is going to be absolutely deadly. Shot up, goes into astral form, but that's just going to allow Rebo to watch on the back here. Trade's already happening. A shot up finds temperature, and so Neptune's Money Crew will be in the advantage.
Both killjoys are dead. That means Rebo can flank. 2v2 now.
Last
More
player.
shots at
way.
Dazzle Falls. The 1v1 and Governor there.
What?
The big change. No more Mr. Op guy. The Phantom is there for the double kill at the end.
Sides. Match
And now YFP, they might have to do the impossible. They have to win and reset to OT yet again on the attack. This could be the end of the line for YFP. Not out of the championship just yet, no, but they might be out of map 1.
Wow. I thought that was actually going to be YFP's round, until I guess
I thought so too.
Governor just decided, oh, that's right, I'm pretty good at killing people. Maybe I should just do that a little bit more. And
Well,
then found 2
Governor's been-
kills.
Yeah, he's been a little slow these last few rounds. I guess you could say all of OT, because I think when it comes to Heyman specifically, the op at times can be a big crutch in a bad way to make sure, like, okay, I can't retake necessarily as effectively as I can with the Phantom. Governor once again is going to retain that Phantom for this next round. Hiding up top there, good for the opening pick.
down mid.
Oh, good info too. And now Alexander gets taken down. This is looking like a great opportunity. Neptune's Money Crew ready to win out map number 1 against the YFP. YFP have their tails tucked in and are running towards that A site. They're running as fast as they can to be able to get that spike down, but Neptune's Money Crew,
no.
all 5 members still alive.
They're separated out too. They have to meet together directly when contact can be made. Icy could be all alone. The guiding light comes out. Will that be enough for Dazzle to push up? Where's the help from the Sova? Icy, Baron out in the open trying to get that spike down. Is allowed to do so. The temperature's there for the follow-up now. Cross contact made. The recon bolt could change the tides of battle right here. The nano swarm to create space. This is huge. Icy kept all of their util for the post plant.
Adder, though, coming in on the flank here. Soon as that smoke dissipates, temperature is going to be checked. And the question is whether or not Adder tries it a little bit early. Adder good for the first pick, and now they have to be careful about where the swing is going to be coming from, but Icy just gets absolutely overwhelmed. More than enough time. Neptune's Money Crew, they make it work.
Team A.
I mean, we knew it was going to be a long game. We knew it was going to be a close call. But 16 to 18, that's a whole different story. It's not something I don't think any of us were expecting. And I mean, I love games. I love maps like that Haven one. Because that's the reason why you and I commentate this. You know, stomps are cool once in a while. A play-by-play player's dream. But I mean, you can really sink your teeth into the analysis of a 16-18 game. The storylines, the adjustments that both of these players, both these teams, I should say, had to go through in order to get those winning rounds was phenomenal. I think the biggest change we saw at the end there was Governor swapping away back from the Operator into the Phantom, allowing themselves to be enabled yet again to find those opening picks. Those were pivotal for YFP to not find any sort of impact in those last 2 rounds.
Enemy remaining.
I 100% agree. Against Core, a team that likes to play slow, that Operator was honestly the weapon of choice, but when you go up against YFP, where they are a little bit faster on their engagements when they just storm onto the site, that's not what you want in your hand. And so once again, like you said, making that adaptation, changing away from that Operator is really what allowed Governor to kind of get that confidence back, and just like that, Neptune's Money Crew were able to win that one.
Big question is, though, all these different teams, they know how to play Haven so well. It's like the Valorant map.
Yeah.
Like that in a sense, every team and their mother needs to know how to play. Fracture's a different story. Sometimes it's a hard ban.
Seconds left.
It's become a lot more popular in the meta over the last 5 or so months.
One enemy.
But it's still such an odd map to play at times. And with Alexander and Governor loving to play Jet so much, I don't see them swapping away from those roles going into the next map. But usually that map favors a lot of raise play, a lot of heavy mobility, a lot of elevated play. And that might be a big hindrance for both of these teams if they don't take advantage of that into the next map.
Yeah, well, let's not get too ahead of ourselves yet. We're going to be throwing to a quick break before we do go to Fracture. But, of course, we have to announce the winner of the Sony InZone H5 headset. So, big congratulations to a Leader 3K. you're going to be winning that headset and our little raffle that we are giving away. But once again, we still have 2 more headsets to give away at the end of these finals. And well, you know what? These finals, they're going to be pretty spicy. Map 1 was any indication. You know how this one's going to be playing out. But we will have Fracture just on the other side of the break. We will see you in a bit.
Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we get free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we get free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Entombed in my mind, can't seem to break away. Lost in time, thinking about better days. Do you ever get used to the pain? 'Cause I don't know if I can do this again. Now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding.
Do you want to go for a coffee?
Yeah, sure.
YFP dragging Neptune's money crew, kicking and screaming on map number 1, which was Haven. This is the finals for the Windy City Valorant Open LAN. My name is Marks, this is Keg, and you know what? That last map was a slugger.
It was a long one. It was a long one, and it came down to the same fundamentals. Who could win their first attacking round? And we finally got to see it happen. But who knows what to expect for game number 2? We're going to Fracture, and let me tell you, both these teams play this map very differently than they do Haven. We're going to be seeing a lot of raises, no jets like both these teams love to play on other maps, and we might be able to see the double duelist on one of these teams, bringing out a raise and neon.
I mean, listen, I would be all for the double duelist. I think that the double duelist just adds a breath of fresh air into a lot of these compositions, but I would be very curious just to kind of see what these two teams are going to be bringing in here. We now know that Neptune's Money Crew are on match point. If they win this one out, then they take the most amount of marbles away from this tournament, which has got to feel good. But look at YFP. There is a Gecko on the board.
Yeah, and this Gecko has worked out really well for YFP. They've won the majority of their rounds since the beginning of March, bringing on this Gecko pick and going for this new adjusted meta. They have very rarely lost any sort of matches. In fact, the matches that have been lost to YFP in that time, it was only because of games with really close score lines. The majority of these games with this same exact team comp that YFP is bringing out have been pretty big, large discrepancies. I would almost say stomps.
Yeah, and quite frankly, I'm genuinely curious because obviously, you know, we're talking about Fracture. It's still a pretty well-known map at this point. I would argue that quite a few teams have figured out how they necessarily want to play this one. However, it still isn't exactly the tried and true version that like Haven is, right? And so, especially too, when you get this map that maybe some of these players are a little bit more uncomfortable with, and then you throw a Gecko into the mix, suddenly it feels like we're just kind of taking the toy box and shaking it and then dumping out whatever kind of falls.
I mean, to be fair, that's always been kind of what Fracture has been. I mean, we could look at like 5 or 6 completely separate agent metas that have happened over the last year and a half the map has been out. I'm not too sure. But we've seen pretty much every agent become, you know, the prime star of this map. Neon for a long time was the agent for Fracture. You were trolling if you didn't bring out Neon.
Oh, yeah.
And that led into the advent of bringing out Cypher, revitalizing him for this map. And just a big back and forth chess match here. One big difference that we're going to be seeing, though, coming out from Neptune's Money Crew is up until now, or at least the only time they've played Fracture in the Windy City tournament, we saw the double duelist come out. That's not going to be the case this time. Governor now opting to go for the Neon pick. It was usually, I believe, I want to say Dazzle. Let me just double check my notes real quick. That would play the other Raze pick. And just checking back over, yes, Dazzle would be normally the Raze, opting instead to go for Sky.
To me, that says that they're trying to strategize a little bit more, because obviously when you talk about those double duelists, it's very explosive. But then once again, you're missing out on one of those initiators to come in here. And as kind of current metas are kind of dictating, you want to bring in 2 initiators, especially on Fracture. Given how close some of these quarters are, it's just really good to make sure that you double down on those flashes and have a little bit more utility to work around. And that's why we're seeing 2 initiators for both of these squads, but that difference mainly just being the duelists as well as that Gecko versus Sky difference, which could really just lend itself to how these teams want to play their engagements.
Another thing that's important to note, too, is that neither one of these teams rocking the Viper comp. We've been seeing that a lot in the early parts of the year, such as for Challengers and LCQ. Not so much the case this time. Remaining with that Brimstone pick for that early excursion into tower is huge. That's why you bring out a Cypher. You can lock down B-side so effectively, you get on pistol.
Ooh, speaking of locking things down, looks like there's going to be more than enough. Wingman went in for the plant, but immediately gets taken down, and Adder on this Cypher is a menace on the site. Completely not able to get shut down. The trapwires had so much information, and the traps were perfect. Neptune's Money Crew, they get round number 1.
Now, here's my question to you. If you're playing on Fracture, would you rather be or have on your team a Cypher or a Killjoy?
You know what? I think I aim for more Cypher on this map specifically. Killjoy is pretty good at like zoning places out, but I think the information that Cypher is able to gain, as well as too, because you've got that mid area and you can rotate around quicker, it's better to have global information as opposed to just localized.
I agree. And I think it's also good, too, to not be limited to your utility. And on top of that, the big prime factor why a lot of people would bring Killjoy early on was the lockdown that can go into the underbelly of B-Site. But with Cypher and Breach util, a lot of that can be countered out so quickly.
Whew. Really smart placement of that satchel pack to just make sure that that trap can't find anything. Alexander stunned up, but is able to stay alive. This time, no wingman's gonna get the plant gecko, will just do it himself, but Adder with the spray down is actually able to find temperature in the chaos here. As now it's gonna be Neptune's Money Crew coming on for a 5v4 retake. A little bit of timing for Dazzle. Swings around the corner though, able to find Rebo's head with this stinger in hand. Adder good for yet another kill. Looking for that third, but Alexander now gets zoned out thanks to a molly. Shank just going around for the swing, but there's simply too many people. Governor, a little overheated in that one, but you know what? Secures the kill, and that's all that's important as Neptune's Money Crew get that second round.
Isn't that literally what happened in that episode of SpongeBob where they all get superpowers? And SpongeBob runs so fast that he burns out just to his shoes, just like Neon.
You just reminded me of like a core memory that I had completely forgotten about until you started describing that scene. That gave me shivers.
Well, hopefully, unlike the show, we don't see Governor do it again. The Molly, though, does come out. Does unfortunately burn his little feet away, his little soles of his feet. I like this adaptation, though, coming out from Neptune's Money Crew. Sending down Cypher util all over side A site. A 4-0 Adder, no less. Still having that control of B2. It's going to help promote Governor to push up a little bit aggressively. If he gets chased down, he can run back to the safety of that Cypher util. Luckily, won't be the case this time. Big rotate back over to A actually spells out nothing. YFP are slowly but surely crawling their way over to B site, but little do they know, it's completely empty.
Ultimate Orb gonna be rescued here. A little bit of a poke and a prod. They're trying to get something, but look at this. I think YFP, they're a little bit in their own heads right now. They're not too sure what to make of this because we know how dangerous this last site was, especially too with that Cypher utility, but Icy gonna have to keep Neptune's Money Crew honest. A little bit of damage implemented onto Dazzle, but a lot of utility getting drained out here, and now the spike should be able to go down.
Keep an eye on that Killjoy, though. Icy could be on a gigantic flake as long as they pace themselves properly. But they might hit all that Cypher util. It's off screen, but it's going to slow down the remaining members of YFP.
Ooh.
Temperature's holding the bank, though. A mosh pit kill onto Dazzle is huge. But through the smoke, there's Rebo yet again. Rebo and Shank. That's all you need, the lockdown B site. What a great hold.
I'm a little bit confused about what Neptune's Money Crew were trying to pull off on that round. I think they tried to gamble it and then hang out onto that A site, but it just worked out really poorly for them, and it just gave YFP so much more time to get themselves set up and just dump that utility around. I mean, the only reason that that flank was able to come through was YFP simply had the time after the spike went down to be able to get their rotations set up properly.
You'll have to see what adjustments that Neptune's Money Crew can bring out here. Instead of pushing out A main aggressively last round when the buys were lesser for Neptune, instead now it's a double pinch up through Arcade and Satellite. Looking to wrap their jaws around any stragglers, maybe the anti-flank too. Won't be there. Instead, it's a full A site take for YFP yet again.
Whew. Oh, wow. Look at that. Both of these breaches able to find double kills, keeping everything nice and even. And even though Thrash was expended, keep in mind, Gecko can pick that one right back up. It's going to be Wingman going in for the plants now. I'm not too sure. But yeah, okay, Thrash is going to get rescued as well. Has a bit of a cooldown before it can activate, but could potentially be good at deterring people. A Rolling Thunder is going to be coming in, though. And look at that. Adder gets caught in between one, but is at least able to take out the Gecko. So that's going to be an ultimate down. Oh, hey, up and down. No way to shoot both at the same time. Icy able to shut down Shot Up, and now it's all tied up. YFP 2-2.
And just like the start of Haven, this was such an expensive round for both of these teams. Ult after ult after ult after ult. It's been pretty much drained from almost everybody in the server now. Neptune, this round should be good for their Rolling Thunder. But with the buys that they have on Neptune's side, it might not be worth bringing out. Luckily though, Fracture's a different map compared to others in Valorant. There's 4 ult orbs that you can pick up. For an eco round like this, it might be in the best interest for Neptune to just walk around and farm as many orbs as they can. And then fight the rest of YFP.
such a funny animation to me when you see Dizzy just go crashing back down to the ground. Thankfully, though, still able to get picked up. But Neptune actually finds Alexander. Excellent pick to start things off here, but now Adder alone in the battle against Temperature. Listen, it isn't summertime just quite yet, but Shonk is going to be more than enough in order to take Adder out of the equation, and now this is in a much easier site to go. Shonk could be able to get that plant down as Temperature finds Governor yet again. And this is looking dominant from YFP as Dazzle tries to get a drive-by onto Icy, but it's a shutdown from Rebo. I'm not even sure if that was meant.
My smokes can block the enemy's line.
Shout out to our production for getting the picture-in-picture of the gecko plant. Had a little wingman skirt on by.
Just running.
He's just a little guy.
Yeah.
The YFP, they have been unstoppable on B site. Actually, they've been unstoppable in general once they get the site take. But the majority of these rounds from Neptune now have been on Thrifties. This is one of the first concrete rifle rounds they're going to have in this second map. And what was met before, when the buys were lesser, was pure aggression. Farming up orbs at the beginning of the round has been met with aggression again with a guiding light, but zero follow-up. Oh. Both initiators right outside A main.
Oh, Neptune, a nice shot and make it to Alexander, such an impact player on this last round. Not even given an opportunity to play through this one. Temperature now able to pick up the spike, though. Grabs the ultimate orb as well. Let's see how they want to push into this. YFP are still committed to moving in onto this B site. But look at this. Neptune's money crew, they're starting to push out of A site. They're going to be pinching them from behind very shortly.
Bot come back.
It's a matter of timing right now. Remember, Icy was on a gigantic work a few rounds ago, but didn't have time to help out with the rest of the team. Rebo and company are stuck into the hands of Neptune. A big distraction for Icy to make their way up tower. Ooh, this is huge. All these different gunfights and Icy. Rapunzel at the top.
Down B.
Oh, has to go for the swing. Trying to make that one work. Relay bolts are going to be used as well. Tosses out the swarm grenade, but look at this. It's also a molly to zone out Icy. Not going to have the neon. Screw that. That's an unbelievable little flick. But that's okay, Adder. Trades that one right back. Shot at Val, literally saw him for a second, and it was just a whoop, and you're dead.
I mean, you blink and you miss it. I didn't even see who that was on the minimap. They just snuck up on everybody there. And now it's a tied game. Temperature has been this undominable force when it comes to the entries, going 9-5. And Alexander, the last time this team did play in Fracture, they did have the same scorelines. Alexander actually placed last for the team.
Smokes down.
But that's not because Alexander did a bad job either. Alexander's been great about those early entries, creating that space, no similar to the Jet they usually play.
Blinding.
But the core fragging potential of this map really lies in the hands of these initiators.
Oh, yeah.
The flash and the push in.
My ult's ready.
And keep in mind, too, like you mentioned, they kind of stack these initiators, right? And so that just allows that, you know, in one flash, another flash, third flash, it's impossible to see anything. And that's how come we're seeing Neptune's money crew be able to find so many picks early on. It's just that added pressure here. And YFB, they're forced to just back out of this one. Alexander already dead. Now they're going to be moving into A site, but you know who's over there. It is Adder, and that place is all ciphered up.
How are they going to get past those tripwires? Spy cam is open too, spots out Rebo. Adder, just barely hiding away.
Oh? Rotation?
Oh? Not gonna go for it. Instead, 3 engagement back over. You would think, but instead, it's not for B site. It's all that deep lurk again.
I see. Just on the other side there. The spike is gonna get planted by Wingman here, but it doesn't matter. Adder able to hold on for dear life, especially too as Governor is able to run it down. And Rolling Thunder gonna be used just for good measure. Orbital Strike comes out in response. YFP should be able to potentially get the spike down, but never mind. Dazzle comes in from the side, and now there simply is not enough time. I say that, but actually the spike did get planted. Doesn't matter though. Neptune's money crew clean that one up, and they're gonna take the lead.
Yeah, Neptunes are looking really good on the retakes now that they got a little bit more time to set things up. The big benefit that YFP had with their explosivity is that they take that early site control. But with Icy's deep lurks not really amounting to a whole lot and not selling these fakes too well either. YFP are struggling right now to get that proper spacing, especially when they have to challenge Adder head-on with that Cypher util. Ults after ults too. Luckily, a lot of them for YFP didn't connect. But it's still a big build-up again for Neptune. And it looks like, again, another similar crunch that we've seen before from YFP over towards B. This tower control makes me nervous. A lot of the time, Raze plays over in Arcade's direction just to get the early blast pack. Ooh. But that won't be the case.
Yeah, early swing from the initiators once again, but it doesn't matter. This time, they're both taken down. Excellent little adaptation from YFP. And now they're looking like they're ready to tie things right back up. Neptune's Money Crew down to a 2v4. Sorry. Rebo overextends it a little bit, and Governor is able to find them on the back. And now, let's go. It's going to be the relay bolts tossed in there, make sure everything is nice and clear. They're going to be moving in from various sides. As Governor goes through a little bit of a slip and slide, and then tosses up the smoke to make sure that the wall can't find anything. As Adder goes in onto site. Swings coming through. Adder good with a headshot, good with two. Almost gets that third as Alexander shuts down Governor. It was looking a little bit dicey for a second there, Keg, but we are seeing YFP continue to tie things up.
It's still back and forth. 4-4, another tied game. And the eco for Neptune's Money Crew falls once again. You know what it is for Neptune's Money Crew? You see the name at the top, how it goes NEP? My brain wants to keep saying Nima's Money Crew, like from way back last year. So every time I call out their name, it's like, no, stop yourself. But man, that team hasn't been around actually since February. I was wrong. They've been around a lot longer than I thought they have. But the one benefit here that not Nima's, Neptune's Money Crew has is that overdrive.
Did you just cast a curse that one?
No, I didn't say anything. I was silent the whole time.
Yeah, you're right.
Of course, duh. Well, there was a big advantage that Neptune's Money Crew had. I don't know where that went. It just kind of got deleted. Smokes go down. Adder by themselves on B side have to hold the fort to allow everyone else to rotate.
Look at this, lot of information. That spy cam is not found at all. Such a good spot here as the showstopper is going to come out online. Alexander might just dump that one into the back. Doesn't realize Dazzle's there. That's actually going to be more than enough to secure the kill. Zadder's just hiding around the corner here. Now waiting for someone to poke out of heaven. Okay, spy cam actually now was spotted out, but wow, that was a nice little headshot. And just like that, another flawless round. YFP take the lead.
The big factor right now is that Neptune's Money Crew, they have to figure out a way to just get that stopping power away from YFP onto B site. Because every single round, YFP have been able to get that spike down, has worked out in their favor for B. Not so much A, but B site's looking like an open and shut case. And I wouldn't be surprised if a timeout gets called here, specifically for that B side hold.
One enemy.
Yeah, it's feeling a lot worse because, once again, we talked about it earlier, but the reason that they were able to make that B defense really hold was when they used that double initiator to push out and try and play off of that information. But this time around, it's going to be a Thrash coming in early, and that's one of the cool things about Gecko. It allows you that opportunity to use that ultimate to scout things out, and then you get it right back, and then you can do it again.
Off your feet!
Is that Gov on a neon op?
Yes.
Oh! Okay,
Oh.
sure, and Gov loses that op almost immediately.
Scout destroyed.
Oof.
It's
That one's gotta hurt.
everywhere. And look at Rebo, just completely surrounded. That spike now long gone. Temp is the last one alive.
Oh! Shot up, goes for the swing there. Temp almost was able to find the kill, but unfortunately, it's just a little bit too speedy. Thanks to that stim pack. And now Neptune's Money Crew, they tie it up once again. And man, Keg, this is so close between these two teams. This is unbelievable.
It is really close. All of these rounds feel like they end on a coin flip. I love the holes that Neptune's Money Crew are bringing out, but YFP, they've been trying different modes of execution every single round. Fast, slow, let's go for a single prong attack. How about we go for a delayed lurk? Pretty much everything. And despite it being 5-5, it does feel like Neptune's Money Crew, outside of maybe one round, have read into all of these plays that YFP are bringing out. And this one might be the most readable of them all. Look at this, the lockdown, soon to go into the underbelly of B site.
I don't think that actually
aftershock.
I don't think that the aftershock can get set up properly in order to make sure that can get deleted based on the positioning just of where YFP is.
It could have been a great stall.
Placing alarm bot.
But look at that. 3 are detained in the process.
Spike planted.
That's unbelievable. Neptune, though, doing a good job of keeping the team members alive. Shuts down Icy's head. Now Neptune. The money crew is going to be moving in. Governor taking point first. Going to be just going up. Cuts off a lot of those sight lines. Tosses the relay bolts up into heaven. As now they're moving in here, and honestly, Alexander goes through the swing. Orbital Strike going to come online just to deny it for a second. Dazzle is able to find Shank in the chaos here. Adder's still alive as Governor running around. Dazzle's still there too, but the swing is going to be good. Rebo off onto the side. I don't think that they know where this player is, and now it's down to this 1v1. The spike, simply not enough time to make sure that defuse happens. Dazzle has to run away here as Rebo closes that one out. Another excellent round coming in from YFP.
Man, these stalls have come so close so many different times now.
Don't save anything.
Just dancing around that spike. In multiple maps too. Shot Up had done something very similar on Haven. And yeah, here we are, 5 and 6 now. The same similar takes yet again. Neptune's money crew, impervious to defusing on B site.
Oh my goodness.
And it's true, isn't it? The majority of these rounds have been won by contact fights from Neptune's money crew. But if YFP plays so close together and just goes solely for the spike, Neptune just looks stuck.
And that's the thing. I think every single time they've attempted to go onto that A site, Neptune's money crew has done a really good job at shutting them down. Albeit the first pistol round when they moved in on the B, but once again, it's going to be dual initiators on this site. Is he going to be going up? Now Wingman going to be good for the plant here. Neptune does get stunned up for a second, but all these flashes are going to be available to go online. Doesn't matter. Spike still goes down instead. And now Neptune's money crew are going to get themselves nice and assembled. Oh, Alexander immediately goes down, but Rebo ready for that trade. Makes it worthwhile. And Aftershock going to be dumped into heaven as well, as Shock is just on the other side of this one. And Shock finds a 2K. You don't want to see that if you are Neptune's money crew. Down to 2 more agents. Adder able to find Icy. As Rebo goes through the swing, Shot Up able to find that kill. Thrash is now going to be activated here, as Adder might just go for the stick. Okay, here's them coming here. Is spraying things down through the box, but can't quite secure the kill. Shot Up was stunned up, and now there's simply just not enough time for this defuse to happen. Once again, YFP, they're able to secure a round on this B site, and that is going to make this a 7-5 half.
Yeah, the way YFP have played this half was phenomenal. They played together. Not a whole lot of lurking potential, and when there was, it did find some impact in the later half of the rounds, but in the beginning, even in a 4v5, YFP would take the raw forces, the raw numbers of their forces on B site and just overwhelm any defender there. The one exception I could say to that was Adder. But when Adder was relegated over to holding down A site for the majority of the half, Neptune's money crew couldn't really find a way to stop YFP from pushing B, let alone going for a retake. And it felt like Neptune's money crew were attempting to set up a lot of things in these early rounds for their defensive counters, but just weren't given enough time because YFP would rush in. But now that the tides have turned, I gotta say, I'm a little worried about the defensive comp here for YFP, Mark. I personally haven't seen a lot of Gecko on Fracture defense, so I'm just curious to see how it plays out.
I think they're going to take the opportunity to be a little bit more aggressive. Obviously,
I hope so.
You know, like you have that classic setup just outside of A, you drop the fault line, you throw out a flash and make it easy, but you can't really do that as well with Gecko specifically. I mean, the whole point was that you have a Sky in order to use that guiding light, but doesn't matter. It's all for naught. Neptune just kind of running things down. Icy can't find a thing, had that shorty in hand, should have been able to secure the kill, but Governor just runs that one down, and now that Spike is going to be going down a very fast take from Neptune's money crew.
Yeah, look how separated out YFPR. Only 2 together, Alexander and Shank, and Neptune could be good to shut both of them down with a ghost.
Oh, info, no way. Neptune, not able to secure that one, but is able to get temperature. That's gonna be good. Shot able to get Rebo as well. Last 2 agents, they know where they're coming from here. Shank tosses in a little bit of utility. Not able to find too much as Neptune finds the back there, and of course, who else? Neptune and Shot Up cleaning up that round as they get the pistol yet again, and only 1 round away from tying it up.
Yeah, this will be one of the most important rounds of the entire series here for Neptune's money crew to tie it up. If they start letting these rounds early on slip away, we may be looking at map 3. And before we went to the replays, I did see an interesting purchase. I think it was Dazzle picking up that Phantom. Oh, not only just one, how about Neptune make that 2 Phantoms?
Confidence plays, I love it.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, Neptune's money crew, they're pretty good about not losing those Phantoms. It happened a few times over on Haven. Did allow some early excursions from YFP to find frags, otherwise they wouldn't have. With a wider and longer range map like Fracture, I think it'll be more difficult for... It'll be more difficult to pick up those Phantoms, I feel.
Nice and slow this time from Neptune's money crew. They know that the utility from YFP could be absolutely devastating if they don't just move in properly. Now, slowly stepping in here. Aftershock going to be available, and that's going to signal whether this attack is going to happen or not. The smokes are going to be coming down, and the turret gets shot down as well. A lot of information, but that might have all been for naught. We're going to grab the ultimate orb instead as Neptune. Oh, Rebo thought that they were able to be catching them on the flank, but nope, never mind. Gets shot down. And now Neptune's money crew, they slowly meander their way over to this A site. Take a look at Adder's position coming in from satellite too.
Yeah, Adder makes me a little nervous right now. As long as they stay hidden, this could be a great double pinch up. The majority of YFP seemingly focused on maybe where Adder's position is. But surely they don't know about the sheer amount of forces heading towards A main proper. The explosive forces come in.
Oh,
Adder is a distraction, jumps down, eliminates Shonk. All that's left now is one. And it's Icy on the other side of the map farming orbs. You might be thinking, oh, what a throw. But as long as these orbs keep getting farmed, we could be looking at a very early lockdown from Icy.
Oh, I don't know about this one. Goes in.
Ah,
Oh, wow.
good
Found the
attempt.
headshot there, but Dazzle shuts that one down. I just want to call out, it kind of felt like Adder was like a member of like Cirque du Soleil, midair, doing a spin just on top of Shonk's head. And then it goes, oh, wait a second, you're an enemy. Gets the spray down there. Just a little bit of unfortunate timing coming in from YFP.
Yeah, that's a Valorant timing moment. But now it's 7-7. We talked about how that was such an important round for Neptune's money crew to bring this, up. They're 7-7 now. They're 1 map ahead. They only need just a few more rounds to bring themselves as the grand champions of this LAN. They have to make it this work now. A full 5 stack coming down Arcade straight into B tower. And the other side though, you have Adder once again as that semi-lurk, playing as that crunching factor. Rebo's all by themselves, then they're forced to back off.
Oh, man. That's such a fast take, Keg. Just like that, the spike is going to be able to go down, and Neptune's money crew, they have more than enough time to get themselves set up. Look at this, Dazzle just within the smoke as well. Was thinking about flashing just for a second, but is going to be backing off here. Plenty of smokes to keep all of YFP at bay as well. We did have questions about how this defense is going to work. We know exactly how it is. Dazzle going into the smoke now is able to at least find 1 kill. The flash going to be going in as well. Dazzle not letting up on the pressure. Temperature has to go back, but Temperature is able to at least secure the kill. Meanwhile, the rest of YFP fall to pieces. Neptune's money crew, they're going to be able to take this round and now take the lead.
I think YFP are learning the same painful lesson now that Neptune's money crew themselves had to play when they were on the defense. They want to do their best to just stack up on A site, knowing how hard it can be to retake. But it's just enabling both these attacking teams to slide their way in the B like it's nobody's business. A singular hold was there from YFP that last round. It was Rebo. And Rebo, faced against all these different smokes and the sheer amount of utility, especially from Governor, it made it impossible to hold the site, even playing for ones. We'll have to wait and see what the adjustment is from YFP. They've been a little bit more liberal usage when it comes to their attack timeouts. I wouldn't be surprised if we see one in the next few rounds, regardless of a win or loss. But this is a broken buy. Temperature's the only one with a rifle now. 18-11. Probably bought with a guarantee that they have to get a kill this round. They have to play for trades.
Yep.
And just keep those numbers up. YFP. They're playing so aggro.
Hey. Icy. Already down. Governor good with 2 already. It's gonna make things easier. The Trailblazer goes in. It's just, okay, Temperature, hey, you know what? Was able to at least find a kill, but it's all for naught. The rest of the squad is gonna be going down. Rebo actually able to find Dazzle, goes inside the smoke himself. Make sure that can happen, and suddenly Neptune's money crew in a weird 2v2 situation, but they should be able to get the spike down. It's gonna come down to this utility coming in from that initiator, be able to slow them down. Rebo, though, out of smokes, will at least have the stim back if they want to speed up.
Great aftershock, but no one on Neptune moves.
One enemy remaining.
Flashpoint was good for it, but now Temperature is stunned up. It's just simply too easy. Excellent placement with that fault line. Just like that, Neptune's Money Crew. Now there's a 2-round lead. Bit of an expensive one, but YFP should be able to buy up in this next round.
It was such an awkward round, right, for the site tag? Look at the minimap this replay. Look at where all the blue and red X's are for fallen teammates there. And notice how Adder and Neptune, in the process, knowing full well where that aftershock comes in from, choose to disrespect that utility. They do not play off of it. They do not run away from it. They just simply allow what's left of YFP to push their way in from a very odd spot in sand so they get the double swing. I love that play. And look at the response from YFP. This is going to be fast.
Oh my goodness, it's chaos is what it is. Alexander able to come up with 2 kills on this one. Now the Showstopper gonna be online. Dizzy is gonna be great, but it is an orbital strike that comes in as well. And somehow in all of the chaos and all of the flashing lights, Neptune's Money Crew are gonna be able to make good on that gamble. And now it's just gonna be Icy up against 2. The information is known, at least where they're coming from, thanks to that neural theft. As the spike goes down, let's see how Icy wants to approach this.
Icy does have a variety of options. The respawn timer for the alarm bot and the turret are there. This would be a great way of finding not only info, but laying down some cover fire too. But Icy has no idea where the last 2 of Neptune's Money Crew are. And look at that sneaky position from Adder. Hiding in the nook of Canteen, that one footstep, the shots is all they need for the swing.
Ooh, no swarm grenades active either. Adder's position is going to be known, but it's okay because Shotups is still hidden, and now there's simply not enough time. Neptune, the Money Crew comes in clutch. It's now 10-7, 3 rounds away from snatching that grand prize.
Yeah, it feels like at this point, no matter what YFP are trying to employ, Neptune's Money Crew, they're just looking for those opening picks. They're looking to play for numbers. Alexander, that last round we failed to mention, good for 3. But it wasn't enough to shut down Neptune fully. I gotta say, really, really impressed thus far, but YFP, again, I keep stressing it, I want to see a timeout come in the next few rounds. It's now or never. These buys, they're so broken round after round. They're not playing to their full extent. And with Governor just barreling in off of this ult, that's huge.
Oh my goodness, trying to find a kill 2, already in the spawn.
What?
Finds 2. I couldn't even see what was going on. It was so fast, but doesn't matter. The damage has been done. A single ultimate just has massive impact. And more importantly, off of that YFP, they lose a lot of economy in that gamble. 1v3 Icy trying to go up against the world. They know where Icy is hanging out. The camera gonna come in as well for that tag as Shotup is coming in from the side. But this round is tied and a bow is put on top of it. There is no way that Icy's able to get this defuse. And just like that, Neptune's Money Crew, they punish the economy of YFP with a statement of a round.
Ruin their day.
Icy has to feel like, I was just here. I was just put in this situation 30 seconds ago. And that's why I really like Neon on this map. Governor found so much impact racing down A main into Sands, into the enemy team spawn so quickly with just an ultimate. 3 pieces of utility was all it took to take control of the entire map and disrupt all of YFP. As before we get to those replays, we did go for attack timeout.
Man, and I have to wonder here, King. I mean, attack timeout is being called, but it almost feels a little bit too late. 2 more rounds, and just like that, Neptune's Money Crew should be good. And this next round that YFP are coming into, they're not going to have their full economy. They bought up on this last one, and it's just been round after round that they've just been getting annihilated. They have so many ultimates online as well, but didn't even get an opportunity to use that thanks to Governor's heroics.
YFP were in too different of a situation on Haven, though. Neptune's Money Crew, they got the 12 pretty quickly, but it was up to YFP to go round after round, challenging very close to the wire to bring themselves to overtime. They have 4 ultimates to do it. They have a buffer room of a single round before they have to face the music and go to OT. And with a broken buy like this, it could be better off worse, I suppose. All light shields, a guardian, a bulldog, but the rest at least are some vandals. And they're doing something a little unorthodox.
Oh boy.
Last time it was a 3-stack outside arcade. Almost 4 this time. But what they haven't accounted for was a near 4-stack outside satellite. Oh, Icy. Icy, back away.
Okay, Rolling Thunder gonna be coming in as well. Who else but Governor? Just gonna be going in there, finds 2 crispy headshots, looking for that third, but Rebo finally shuts that one down. Rolling Thunder gets expended this time around, but you know what? That's a morale stopper if I've ever seen one. Spike now gets planted. It's gonna be 3v4 here. Not impossible, given the fact that Gecko does have Thrash online. So let's see how they want to be able to play this one out. The clock is ticking down. We'll be moving in now. Still, such good post-plant positioning here, Keg.
Wondering if these ultimates will be coming out now. Alexander does have that blast pack.
Oh no.
Possibly prep, but they aren't able to launch in time. Does that mean no showstopper?
Wow.
They get mowed down. Dazzle.
Oh, it's just gonna be a hard swing. Dazzle with a nice little 3K to close that one off. Neptune's Money Crew, you know what? It was looking very close at the start, but ever since then, YFB, they haven't won a single round on this defense, Keg. That is unbelievable.
Not a single round. You're completely right. And I had to ask, what is Shonks gonna do with a Gecko on defense here? Part of that's out of my own ignorance. I haven't seen too many Geckos on this map, but it's so long range that finding impact with even something like Dizzy, it's gonna be so hard to do unless you're right there when the attacking team is initiating to find impact. And every round, Shonk has not been there at that incursion. Instead, though, Governor takes full control B-side again. Rebo is stuck. There's nowhere to go. Quickly, swiftly dealt with.
Oh, and that fast
Now
lane.
there's 2 ults.
The fast lane has just been so effective to allow Governor run in onto the site without any issues whatsoever. Now the Seeker's gonna be online as well from Neptune's Money Crew. Adder in such a ratty position. There's no way that this goes unchecked, right? They know that everybody's here. It's a stun up. Adder good with 1, Adder good with 2 as Icy gets that trade back. The Governor finds Icy, and suddenly it's all down to 1. Yet again, Temperature does have this Bulldog, but 4 members still alive. Not scouted out, but shot up Val. It's gonna be good for that final kill. As Neptune's Money Crew, they win it all.
Neptune's Money Crew looked fantastic for when we watched them. I mean, map after map, there was never a time where they looked like they were in a sour spot. Sure, there may have been like a round or 2 where they had to make a big adjustment, but almost always did that actual adjustment come through. And that could be a variety of different things. But what's most important was that they've always made those adjustments and bettered themselves map after map. The contact plays we had seen on Fracture, the ability to stick together, play for trades, win those gunfights, even when it seemed like it was a losing situation. Neptune's Money Crew always found a way to make sure that they had that advantage and continued on with it, even in plays like Dazzle right there. A Stinger coming down. Beautiful ways of winning those contact plays, even without the use of hard info. They relied on pure game sense to catch everybody they went up against off guard this tournament.
And this is the thing too, with players coming in with that caliber, you expect there to be a little bit of shenanigans kind of come together, right? But YFP kept them honest. We started to see a lot more just synergy coming in from this squad. And honestly, that just goes to show you how impactful YFP have been in this series. They are a team to look out for, and they had a commanding lead walking into this, but Neptune's Money Crew just simply a little bit better as they clean it out 2-0. That is a good way to go out of this tournament.
It's a pretty clean way. It's a pretty good way. I'd be feeling good right now if I just won a great land and a lot of money in the process too. But, you know, there's not the only people that are winning stuff either, Marks. I heard, rumor on the street, is that perhaps some people in the audience might be able to win something extra special.
And you know what? That is 100% true. If you've been paying attention to this entire match, you know that we are giving away some of these headsets, and we're finally at the good old headsets. The Sony InZone H9 headsets, valued at $300 a piece. How do you enter? Well, whenever the Twitch chat is going to prompt you, because we are on a little bit of a delay here, then you're just going to want to type in WCVO in the chat to enter into this giveaway. And Keg, you know what? We're giving away 2 of them. So even more odds for people to walk away with one of those wonderful headsets that right now you are wearing.
Oh, you know what? I really like this headset. You know, I didn't really know what to expect when I was receiving this headset, but I gotta say, it's Bluetooth. It has noise canceling. I can't hear any of my outside surroundings. That's all I look for into a headset, so I think you'll be seeing me rock these for a long time to come.
Yeah, I'm a little bit jealous, but maybe one day I'll get my own Sony InZone H9s. But regardless of that, once again, big congratulations to Neptune's Money crew. A bunch of players coming together from their challengers teams and honestly just making an honest run throughout the bracket. And they looked darn good at doing so, Keg.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, again, there's a reason why a lot of these players are inside of challengers cycling through over the last few years, even current day. Neptune's Money crew looked fantastic. They had their synergy down. They had those individual plays on top of it too. But at the end of the day, even for a stack that hasn't played too much as a definitive team together, I really liked how in-depth and responsive that strat book could be. They had a lot of reactive plays that worked out so well, and something tells me, for a lot of tournaments like this probably won't be the end of us watching and hopefully lucky us commentating Neptune's Money crew.
Yeah, I would love to see more of this team going through some of these circuits whenever they're able to. But before we close off, we need to make sure to thank all of the Belong Gaming Arena Chicago staff for putting on such an incredible event. I mean, even when we kind of hopped onto the mic for the first time, it's been a while since there's been a good Valorant LAN, and so I'm so happy to see that this one did come together. Thanks to Sony InZone and Wild Bill's Craft Beverages, our sponsors for the event, to making sure that this can go on with the level of production that we can. Thank you to all the viewers who've been watching this entire tournament. Thank you to all of the attendees and the gamers coming in to play into this LAN. And of course, thank you to production for helping us put on the show. We have a whole bunch of observers and replay ops, Fudgy Waffles, Dwayne, Unfeatured, and of course Hippie on our production. But Keg, do you have any final words for us before we close things out for the night?
Oh, if I had to guess, I guess I could say thank you, Marks, for being an amazing co-caster with me this tournament.
Wow, that's so pleasant. This is such a wholesome way to end the stream. And of course, also too, big shout out to all of the other casters who covered this entire tournament throughout the entire weekend. They're all hands on deck, and that's the way that we were able to put together such a wonderful event. But with that, that is going to end the Windy City Valorant Open LAN. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and hopefully we'll catch you guys at another one. Have a good night, everyone.
Do you want to go for a coffee?
Yeah, sure.
Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we're free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe.